We learn. Surely. Time.
Udah benar. Kenapa dah?
No.
OBS tuh harus banget lu buka dulu settingan mikrofon sama settingan desktop audio baru mereka refresh. Oh, ternyata mic-nya sudah masuk. Jadi apa tuh waktunya aku bekerja gitu. Fuck off aja. What the fuck is this?
Bro, I don't know. I never had that problem. Aku nggak pernah ganti mic-ku. It's just aku baru buka boot OBS. It's already the configuration that I used.
Aduh, ini laptop jelek aja waktu gue ganti laptop.
Something wrong with your PC, though.
Kapan ya bisa ganti laptop ya? Aduh.
Kapan ya ini?
Juli masih balik ke Jakarta dari FF, gathering FF. Terus nabung buat casting gue. Terus kapan beli laptopnya?
Kapan nabungnya, po?
Jadi sekarang gue lagi ikut undiannya Icipan.
Oke.
Siapa tahu dapat
Undian
mobil
apa itu?
Siapa tahu dapat mobil BYD. Nah, mobil BYD-nya gue jual, habis itu gue beli laptop. Profit.
Five head. Emang Ichitan ngapain aja?
Itu scan tutup botol. Ya biasa lah produk-produk kayak gitu apa. Terus scan tutup botol, ada QR code-nya terus.
Oh, minuman.
Iya, ini tuh minuman.
Aku kira tuh Citan yang di Twitter.
Citan. Gue bilangnya Icitan.
Bingung banget. Ngapain dia jualan mobil lah.
Selamat siang semuanya. Selamat datang kembali di
Answer. Segway. Best segway you will ever have.
Yes. Jadi seperti yang kalian sudah dengar, guys, kita nggak, lebih tepatnya saya butuh banget upgrade laptop. Jadi
Hashtag
mungkin
kita bisa.com.
Mungkin bisa tolong dibantu lewat kita bisa.com. Nanti aku buat.
Kita harusnya bikin itu, po. Kita bikin subtrain or some shit di Twitch.
Harus di
tahu.
Hype train harus di Twitch itu tuh bukan kita bikin, itu kayak actually Twitch-nya nganalisis, oh ini orang banyak yang donate, oh waktunya kita bikin hype train gitu kayak biar insentif orang-orang.
Itu bukan event yang kita yang setup gitu.
Bukan. Technically mungkin lo bisa kayak software gitu, apa tuh lo suruh salah satu admin lo apa tuh lu ini dong, lu donat ke gue dong, ntar gue gantiin 50% atau apanya gitu. Yang penting ada hype trainnya ke staff dulu gitu supaya nanti yang lain
biar kicking in ya. Berarti gini, kalau di YouTube berarti itu yang maraton stream donate nambah 30 menit udah kayak di warnet aja.
Honestly, dari dulu gue tuh sebenarnya pengen banget ngerasain sekali aja stream 24 jam. Cuman
gue temenin, Bu. Stream 24 jam, ntar kita giliran kok. Misalnya kamu capek main game, terus aku yang masak ini. Kita stream 24 jam main Umineko sampai kelenger kita baca. Biar kita bisa catch up sama Mira, po. Bener, kita bisa catch up sama Mira. Po. Imagine kita bisa catch up bersama teman kita, penonton setia. Nanti. Ini akan menjadi stream 24 jam yang dijanjikan 3000 tahun yang lalu seperti dengan podcast series kita. I am still waiting for when we are actually making the podcast.
Are we actually making the podcast?
I love the podcast idea. We have to talk together so much. So many things. Soalnya ya, kan kemarin-kemarin tuh ya kita main VN yang lain gitu kan. Oh, I wanna yap about this, tapi kalau bilang kita simpan buat podcast, oh ya udah, kita simpan buat podcast. Sampai sekarang kita gak pernah rekaman podcast. When are we gonna talk about it? Address me. Mungkin kita bisa ngomongin deadlock po. Mungkin kita bisa ngomongin FF po.
Podcastnya ada kalau deadlock udah rilis.
Udah besok apa aku lebih yakin besok ada naga daripada besok deadlock rilis. Nggak akan rilis itu game.
Rilis.
Nggak akan.
Kalau orang-orang bilang bakal ada big announcement abis TI tahun ini.
Beta, pasti beta.
Ya, I mean Dota juga sampai sekarang beta kan.
Iya makanya, the full game no.
Itu beta dengan quote unquote gitu loh, karena nggak bakal keluar beta. Basically udah rilis, cuman mereka nggak mau.
Oh itu count kah?
Menurut gua kan.
Oke. Ya, ingat teman-teman, we have video evidence. The podcast will start.
Ntar gondol lagi.
Di-cut anjing. Nah, ayo. Oke.
先ほどから呼んでおる。
Bener tadi paketnya baru datang. Ayo.
Gini Bri.
Apa?
I don't think kita ngomong biasa itu kalau dibikin podcast itu translate well gitu.
I mean, there is a guided topic, right? Kita kan pasti setting up kayak podcast ini kita bakal ngomongin tentang poin ini. It's not scripted, but adalah intinya, bukan kita ngalor ngidul 2 jam ngobrol nggak jelas. There are things we want to talk about gitu loh.
Ntar baru mulai podcast gue rage band habis itu lu baru sebut gue langsung bubar.
It'll be the best entrance and exit of a podcast. Itu bisa jadi gitu, bisa jadi temanya gitu. Podcast di mana host dan co-hostnya saling rage bait dan siapa yang keluar duluan. Maksudnya quit duluan, siapa yang rage duluan gitu. They can be like that. Sort of.
Terus nanti apa podcastnya lu bahas ya? Bahas Orca,
Ngapain bahas Orca anjir? Kita bahas satu belum? Halo, kamu bilang kita bakal ngomongin satu di podcast by the way. I'm waiting.
Lanjut.
聞こえなんだか？
そうであったか。
Hah?
Oh,
What?
that's not her voice.
ぼんやり考え事をしていた。
Wah, mabok ini game aja.
許せ。
良い天気だな。なるほど。陽気に心を奪われるのもわかるというもの。紅茶はここで飲むか？
Apa obsesi game ini dengan Black Tea? Apa obsesi game ini dengan Black Tea? Oh, atau
It suits the mind, po. It suits the mind.
Harga Black Tea. Aku fobia.
It is expensive.
Is it?
Like, is it? Coba ya, British black. British.
Bro, teh sosro aja itu teh black tea basically. Itu teh sosro black tea satu box 23.400. What do you mean?
Ya, jangan yang itu, Jir. Carinya yang British, Jir. British. No, English breakfast, Jir, is the classic black tea. Coba kita cari English breakfast tea. Tokopedia. Oh, 100.000 satu kotak.
Masih
Bisa
I
lah.
think it's still reasonable. Ya, I think it's still reasonable.
Bisa
Kalau
lah.
sampai 300.000, 500.000, okay, that's fucking crazy dong.
Warawa wa nanimono nano ka?
Wow. Kenapa dia?
今紅茶を持ってくる。しばし待て。
紅茶は良い。わらわの話に付き合え。
Jadi sebenarnya Beatrice yang disukain sama Kinzo itu Beatrice yang amnesia ya. Beatrice yang diobatin sama Kinzo sampai dia lupa diri, nggak ingat kalau dia itu aslinya siapa. Nah, terus Beatrice yang aslinya itu Beatrice yang kita temuin selama ini.
Aku lebih mikirnya Kinzo menghilangkan ingatannya Beatrice biar jadi tiga dia. Kinzo had used the excuse of getting black tea to try and interrupt the conversation for the time being. But his attempt had been very transparent. I sat in a garden chair and beckoned Kinzo to do the same. Kinzo sat down heavily, exaggerating his age. Oh, aku jadi Beatrice ini. For a while, we sat and appreciated the silence.
わらわは何者なのか。この時
Bukan?
今日まで答えてくれた者はおらぬ。なぜか皆目をそらし、はぐらかす。そなたとは長い仲だ。わらわはそなたを無二の友であり、
What
そ
the
して
fuck?
父ですらあると思っておる。だからどうか教えてほしい。そなたは知っているはずだ。わらわが何者であるかを。
なぜにそのようなことが気になるのか。そなたはベアトリーチェ。この屋敷の主ではないか。それ以上の何を知りたいというのか。
わからぬ。
なんだ。何が知りたいのか自分でもわからぬというのか。それは不可解な。若き日には出口なき思考の迷路にて遊びたくなることもある。そなたの悩みもそれであろう。
Kinzo laughed as though it was a trivial matter. However, I couldn't help but feel that this behavior was another attempt to force me to stop any further questioning.
やはりそなたもそれを語ってはくれぬのか。
語ることなど何もない。 そなたはベアトリーチェだ。それで十分ではないか。
いや違う。わらわが知りたいのは名前ではない。わらわが何者なのかだ。わらわは誰で、何で、いつからここにいて、そしていつまでここで日々を過ごせばよいのか。
やはり紅茶を持ってこよう。せっかくの陽気がもったいないとは思わぬか。
これは何の話だ。どうやらお前の昔話のようだが。
そのようだな。
Halo?
Tuh kan, bener kan?
Halo? Enggak, butlernya doesn't point out this
まさ
out.
かここまで遡るとは。
自分は誰なのかとはまた。えらく高尚な悩みをお持ちのようじゃねえか。
無理もないわ。当時のわらわは自分が何者なのか、何のために生きているのかを理解できなかった。
ま、誰でも思春期になると自分の生きる意味とは何ぞやみたいな哲学的な悩みに一度は囚われるものさ。お前にもそんな微笑ましい時期があっただけという話だろ。
わらわは生まれた時からその屋敷におった。そして屋敷の中だけで生きた。もちろん庭には出られたが、敷地はとても高い柵で囲まれており、
Iya,
それを出ること
ditangkap
は
ya.
できず、また出てはならないと厳しく言われておった。わらわはな、屋敷と庭は自由に歩けたが、その外へは自らの意志ではたった一歩出ることさえ叶わなかった。
そりゃどういう意味だよ。物心ついた時からずっとカゴの鳥だったって言いたいのか。
そういうものだと思っていた。何しろ気づいた時からそういう生活だったからな。疑問にも思わなかった。
お前一体何者なんだ。
それ
My question.
それこそわらわもまた望んだものだ。
What? So, apa Beatrice is apa? What the fuck is that thing? Apa yang? Oh, lu mikirkan gue jadi itu, I will become that thing. That's not
Kayak kayak I don't know. Maybe Beatrice, kayak nama Beatrice itu kayak Matoya, asin kayak dia kan dulu berguru tuh sama actual witch,
Ya.
ya kan? Mungkin yang dicari Kinju sebenarnya yang witch yang lagi satu, bukan Beatrice yang ini, tapi somehow dia surpass masternya dia gitu. Jadi beneran jadi apa endless witch.
Tapi kalau kayak gitu harusnya reaksi dia nggak kayak gitu pas di akhir episode 2 I refuse to believe Kinzo sebodoh gitu.
Nggak tahu kayak I don't know itu.
どうせ人間ではなくて魔女でしたって言いやがるんだろ。
いや違う、まだ違う。いや、かつてそうだったと言うべきか。わらわは金蔵によって作られた。人間によって作られた人
Makin
間。
nggak jelas.
Oh my god, we are fucking bringing back the homunculus thing, we are fucking bringing back the homunculus thing.
いや、肉でできた檻とでも言うべきか。
なんだよそりゃ。妙な話を言い出しやがって。
Oh, so magic is not real, but
どうせそなたは信じぬ
homunculus is
だろう
real. Okay, yeah, fuck you, yeah.
まずは聞け。わらわは千年を経た偉大なる魔女であった。しかしある時、金蔵によって呼び出され、その秘術にて永遠の虜となるよう縛られた。
Iya, bener kan ditangkap kan? Iya.
そりゃ初耳だぜ。後ろ宮家で知られてる話では、お前はじい様に呼び出されて悪魔の契約みたいなのを結んで 黄金を授けたってことになってるぜ。
それは正しい。そしてわらわは黄金を授け、契約の終わる時まで姿を消すはずだった。しかし、まあモテる女の辛いとこよな。
じいさまも金眼が進んでたんだろうよ。ついでに乱視だな。よりによってお前に惚れるとはよ。
Wow.
まあわらわにとっては迷惑この上ない話よ。しかし人間の力とは恐ろしいものでな。あれは恐ろしい力を発揮してわらわをこの地へ釘付けにしたのだ。わらわが首を縦に振らぬ限り解放せぬと言ってな。なんとも強引な男よ。
すげえじゃねえかよ。じいさまがオカルトかぶれなのは誰もが知るところだが、大魔女ベアトリーチェ様を釘付けにするほどの力があったとはな。ひっ、バカバカしい。そんなおかしな話信じると思うか。
やはり信じぬか。
俺が信じるのはお前が森の中の秘密屋敷に隠居していたって事実だけだ。お前こそが六軒島の中級人目なんだろう。
No, I am the 20th person.
そなたの想像通り
Ada 20,
こ
ada
こは六
21.
軒島の森深く、外界からは見つけることもかなわぬ隠し屋敷、その名もクワドリア。
Nine Birds Retreat.
So there is actually a fucking another house in the fucking forest. No fucking way, man. This is all bullshit, man.
そういやゲストハウスの正しい名はトライアンだって聞いたな。なるほど。
Apa sih?
ネーミングセンスは近いな。
Kenapa, Bli?
Beatrice jujur. Anjingku gonggong nothingness di depan, nggak jelas.
Ada Beatrice, ada Beatrice.
Real.
そして
Korean.
お前はそこに隠居していたじいさまの愛人。そうだな。
愛人というのは正しくない。金蔵の片思いであったと言うべきだろう。
Kata omoi.
先ほども話したであろう。あれが勝手にわらわに惚れた。そしてわらわに求愛したが、それをわらわは拒んだ。そしてわらわをこの隠し屋敷へ閉じ込めたのだ。いや、屋敷に閉じ込めたというのは正しくないか、この体に閉じ込めたというと。
最後が何を言ってるのかわかんねえぜ。
どうせそなたはバカにして聞かぬであろう。何しろ魔女も魔法も信じぬという、語れど聞く耳を持たぬというならば、それを口にするは愚の骨頂だ。
信じるかどうかは俺が判断するぜ。聞かなきゃ話も進まねえしな。話せお前の昔話を。
金蔵はわらわに求愛を拒まれたが、それ式でへこたれる男ではない。 どうあってもわらわの首を縦に振らせたかった。わらわをこの屋敷へ閉じ込め、わらわを口説き落とそうと永遠の時間を費やしたのだ。
強引なやつだな。しつこい男は嫌われるだろ。
求愛に応えるかどうかは別にして、男をそこまで必死にさせるのは、まあ女としてそう不愉快ではない。
Wah, I don't know about that, man. I would be so
しかし
bothered
わらわ
by
は決して首を縦には振ら
Apa
な
the
かっ
feel of being apa
superior.
ya kinda ya apa the feeling of being wanted ya I should say.
Iffy.
た。なんとかその戒めから逃れようとしたが、あれの結界は強固で破れなかった。
それで
さまざまな抵抗を試みた結果、金蔵の結界から逃れるには肉の体を捨てるほかないという結論に至った。肉体というも
So I
の
killed
は
myself.
魔法を語る上でとても制約の多い器なのだ。
肉の体を捨てる？なんだよそれ。幽体離脱みたいなものか？
まあそんなものと考えればよい。しかしわらわは精霊ではない。魔女ではあっても、もともとは肉の体で生まれ落ちた人間だ。そのわらわにとって肉体を捨てるということは死を意味するほどではないにしても、それに準ずる覚悟が必要だった。
それはつまり自殺することでしか解放されないと決意したって意味なのか？
自殺ではない。あくまでも肉の体を捨てるだけのことだ。もちろん魂だけになるのは心もとない。魂は肉の体を出れば太陽の強い風に絶えずさらされてしまう。それによって吹き散らされないように自らを維持するのはわらわとて容易なことではない。できることなら避けたい最後の手段だった。しかし金蔵の結界から逃れるにはそれしかなかったのだ。何しろわらわは自由人。金蔵の生が果てるまでカゴにて飼われるのはごめんというもの。
I couldn't see this stuff Beato kept going on about throwing away her body of flesh as anything more than suicide. Grandfather persistently courted her, and to escape from that, she chose her own death?
それで自殺したってのか？何を言ってやがる。当のお前はそこでのんびりガーデンチェアに腰掛けてるじゃねえか。
そうだ。それこそが金蔵によって与えられた新たな檻だったのだ。
檻？この屋敷のことか？
違う。そこのガーデンチェアにてくつろぐわらわの体のことだ。金蔵は魂となって抜け出そうとしたわらわを、それでもなお逃すつもりはなかったのだ。
Jadi makanya mau ditangkap lagi soalnya terus dimasukin ke body itu deh.
普通は片思いの女が死んでみせれば100年の恋も冷めるであろうに。だからこそあれも魔術師の端くれなのか。
さっぱりわからねえ魔女っ子トークで煙に巻くな。つまり何だってんだ。
金蔵は魂となったわらわすらも逃さなかったということだ。人間の思いというやつは恐ろしい。これほどまでの魔力を発揮するとは。死者の魂をつなぎ止めるなど、それを専門に弓道する魔術師でもおいそれと至れぬ境地よ。わらわはそれを知るからこそ金蔵の恐るべき魔力にその時初めて驚愕した。そして金蔵は わらわの魂を捕まえ連れ戻したのだ。だが魂を捕らえておく檻は鉄でも鉛でも作れない。ただ一つを除いて。
なんだよ。魔法の檻だとでも言い出すのかよ。
違う。
Apa, Be?
Niku, nggak maksudnya
わらわや
di
そな
made
た
of
のよう
tuh
なこの
kan,
肉の体だ。
Niku no
肉と
Karada.
血でできた檻だけが魂をこの世につなぎ止める。金蔵はわらわの魂をわらわと瓜二つに作り上げた肉の檻に再び閉じ込めたのだ。
要約するとこういうことか。じい様がしつこく求愛するんで嫌になり自殺したが、うまく死にきれなかったってことだろう。回りくどい言い方しやがってからに。
いいや違う。わらわはホムンクルスの種子に魂を閉じ込められ
We really going into the homunculus. There is the actual homunculus. Oh yeah, the 90%, 20% is just a escape homunculus experiment. Where I'm experimenting about. Oh yeah, the body of the 6% that's just the homunculus replica of my children. Oh, fuck you.
That's the problem now. There's
Yeah.
homunculus. Now everyone can be a body double as a homunculus.
man. Oh,
試験管の中より生まれ入れたのだ。
はあ？バカバカしい。そんなのあるわけねえだろ。
生命を生み出す奇跡すらも金蔵は成し遂げたのだ。わらわの魂を閉じ込める檻にするためだけにな。
In other
己
words,
の恋
Kinzo
心だけ
had
で
a
これほどの魔
daughter
力を見せるとは。
that he groomed to become Beatrice.
In other words, Genji, Kanon, and Shannon is all homunculus.
Yeah. In her words are
つくづく恐ろしいやつよ。
homunculus. Oh,
あー、もうさ
Beatrice
すがに
is an
バカバカしくなって
orphan
きたぜ。
that is groomed to become Beatrice. Remember semua servantnya kan datang dari orphanage. And if we correlate Genji, Shannon, Kanon as homunculus as this child of Kinzo, and that's right.
What do you mean, this?
好きなだけ
My
言ってろ
God
ってんだ。
groomed so much.
Fine.
俺は何も信じねえぜ。勝手にやってやがれってんだ。
なんだその不愉快な態度は。
最初は何か重大なヒントが隠されているだろうと多少の興味を示したが、聞けば聞くほどおかしな話になっていく。魔女を否定するゲームのはずなのに、いつの間にか魔女話を鵜呑みにさせられていく気がするぜ。悪いがこれ以上耳を貸す気はねえな。勝手に好きなだけほざいてろよ。耳クソでもほじってるからよ。
Hum.
Aku ketika menyiapkan DM ketika menyiapkan, oh aku sudah menyiapkan backstory untuk karakternya, tapi aku males
When I started acting cold, Beato seemed unusually discouraged. Of course, her expression was still shapeless, but in that really easy to understand expressions of hers, I had the feeling I was able to catch a glimpse of loneliness at my failure to find the story of her past interesting. For some reason, that subtle reaction made her seem pitiful. So even though I kept my careless attitude, I decided to cover for her slightly. Damn it, even though she's an irritating witch, I'm still weak against her because her chromosomes are X and X.
ま、信じる気は毛頭ねえけどよ。続けろよ。 お茶菓子代わりに聞いてやるぜ。
わらわの身の上話が茶化扱いとはな。そこまでこき下ろされてまでのこのこ語ると思うか？
After I made fun of her, Beato reacted a little sensitively. It looked like even though making fun of people was her specialty, she was horrible at being made fun of by others. Just then, my black teacup suddenly made a sound. Surprisingly, what the fuck?
お嬢様の魂は捕らえられ、新しい生命の檻に吹き込まれました。それはつまり、お嬢様が再び人間として生を受けたということです。
Before I realized it, the demon butler had taken my cup and was adding more black tea to it.
ロノウェ、もうその話はよい。こやつはバカバカしくて危険というでな。わらわもバカバカしくて話す気にもならぬ。
新しいクッキーを今、焼かせているところでございます。それまで、お茶菓子代わりに、お嬢様の昔話がちょうどいいかと思いまして。
もうわらわの話は良いというのに。揃って不愉快な奴らだ。わらわは席を外すぞ。ロノウェ、給仕を済ませたらとっとと下がるのだぞ。バトラと無駄話などするでないぞ。
かしこまりました。努力いたします。
I will make an effort. Aku akan mencoba tidak yapping. Beato's short temper, peculiar to women, which I didn't really understand, took hold of her, and she turned her body into gold butterflies, scattered and disappeared. After that, only Ronofe and the scent of the black tea were left.
なんだか、俺が怒らせたみたいで気分が悪いぜ。
ご自覚があられるようですので、これ以上申し上げることはございませんよ。
ちょっと待てよ。とどめを刺したのはお前だろうが。
はて、何のことやら。お砂糖とミルクはいかがですかな？
ミルクだけでいいぜ。あと、お茶菓子も欲しいな。
クッキーが焼けるには、まだ時間がかかりますよ。
茶化の代わりがあるって言ったぜ。
かしこまりました。ご清聴をいただけるのでしたら、続きをお話しし
Mr.
ます。
Nofe is going to be a reliable narrator. What the fuck?
ホムンクルスがなんとかって言ったな。一応は知ってるぜ。あれだろ？錬金術だかで作り出せ。人造人間のことだろ？
How? Okay. Oh, I read it from Full Metal Alchemist. I am Butler. I read Shonen Jump.
お嬢様の魂はホムンクルスに閉じ込められ、再び赤子となって生を受け、この世に蘇ったのです。しかし、赤子でございますから、金蔵様が愛を語ろうとも、それは無駄なことでございます。
That's kind of tricky.
じい様はその赤ん坊をこの隠し屋敷に、同じ年に成長するまで閉じ込めたってのか？
はい。そのまさかでございます。しかし、魂は同じといえど、人間の魂は、その器に強く影響を受けます。お嬢様は、かつての記憶をすべて失われ、ごく普通の人間の少女として成長されました。
それが、そこのガーデンチェアに座ってるベアートだってのか？
はい。その通りでございます。まさに、瓜二つに成長なされました。しかし、魔女としての力は持ち合わせておりません。あくまでも、人間としてのお嬢様なのです。
Beato, who was sitting in a garden chair looking up at the sky, voiced the same question again. She asked who she was. The meaning of those words was finally starting to click. She couldn't understand why she was living here, all locked up. Grandfather had seized Beatrice's soul shut up in a body of flesh, and then shut that up in a hidden mansion. However, since she had lived here since the time of her birth, she couldn't even understand who she was, or why she lived shut up in here. Wait. Who would take such a stupid story seriously? Why don't I change my interpretation? In other words, couldn't it be something like this? Grandfather met Beatrice. He then fell in love with her and courted her, but she didn't accept him. Then he flew into a rage and shut her up inside this hidden mansion. Beatrice tried to escape, but no matter what she said, she couldn't succeed. So she finally chose her own death. And then... no. Maybe there was a girl who looked just like Beatrice? No, a baby. Grandfather raised this child with care, but maybe he didn't view this child as his daughter. That is fucked up though. The soul was once again shut up in a cage of flesh. Those words probably meant that he didn't view this kid as her child, but as her reincarnation. Maybe that's what it meant. If you interpret it that way, even a story this weird might make a little sense. No. This might be some bullshit Beato cooked up to confuse me. As if I could accept any of this. In the first place, Quadorian, was it? There's no proof whatsoever that a hidden mansion actually existed. Couldn't this be something she just fabricated on the spot?
六軒島の森の中には、 クワ
kamu
トリ
bisa
アン
juga
という
ya.
隠し屋敷が実在します。それが今、話をしていた場所です。
赤
Ronova used the red to say that Quadorian actually existed. Did that mean the same thing as the red Beato used?
これでも悪魔の端くれでございますので、お嬢様には内緒にしてくださいね。
Beato, who knew I would try to trip her up, had grown extremely cautious when using red. To think that Ronove could also use the red. However, it was the red of a crafty man. I didn't know how far I could accept it. But anyway, I might be able to get some kind of hint out of it.
このクワドリアンの庭でくつろいでるベアトとさっきのじい様との会話は真実なのか？
はい、
Realistic in the
真
files
実です。かつて、実際にこの場所で、お二人はこのような会話をなされました。
助かるぜ。さらに赤で頼む。あいつ、ホムンクルスから生まれたなんて言いやがったが、そんな非科学的な魔法的存在、実在するのか？
その問いかけにはお答えできません。理由は、ステイルメイトになるからでございます。
ステイルメイト？なんだそりゃ。
チェスの用語で、千日手のパーペチュアルと同様に、それ以上のゲーム進行が不可能になる宣言です。これは、千日手とは正反対で、指し手がなくなる。ある種の手詰まりの状態を
Deadlock
ます。
mention!
Oh my! Oh my!
パーペチュアルに同じで、チェスではこれを引き分けにしております。ただし、 お嬢様とバトラ様のゲームでは引き分けがございません。ですので、ステイルメイトになる質問には赤でお答えすることができないのです。
よくわからねえこと言って煙に巻いてるが、つまりホムンクルスなんて魔法的存在が実在するって赤で言えないからごまかしてるだけなんだろ。
仮に私が赤で魔女は実在すると言ったら、バトラ様はどういたしますか？
それを信じるか信じないかで俺たちは大喧嘩してるんじゃねえかよ。それを言われちまったら身も蓋もないぜ。ゲームオーバーだ。
魔女は存在すると赤で申し上げたなら、バトラ様には反論の余地がありません。しかしバトラ様はその理由が示されない以上、それを受け入れないでしょう。しかし赤で語られる以上、反論の余地もなく証拠も示されない。この場合、敗北を認められないにもかかわらず、反論の手がなく手詰まりとなってしまいます。チェックメイトされていないにもかかわらず、次なる指し手が存在しない。バトラ様が次の一手を打てない以上、お嬢様に手番が回ってくることはなく、ゲームはそこで永遠に止まってしまう。その結果、お嬢様があなたを屈服させることもできない。これが手詰まりの状態です。それを回避するため、このような形になるご質問には赤でお答えすることができないのです。
早い話が、身も蓋もない質問は禁止だと、そう言いたいわけだ。まあそりゃそうだよな。赤で魔女は実在するって言われちまったら、俺は花からお手上げだぜ。
ご理解いただけて助かります。他の形の質問でしたらご協力できるかと思いますよ。
奴がはぐらかした副賞要求には答えられるか。この島の人数だ。
お嬢様が保留されている副賞要求にももちろん答えられませんよ。お嬢様の家具でございますので、出過ぎた真似はできかねます。
Runava made an exaggerated gesture, trying to act like a loyal retainer. This guy is so shameless.
一瞬でも使えるやつと思ったのによ。諦めて他の質問を探すか。そうだ、大事なことを確認するのを忘れてた。これはベアとの思い出話なんだろ。いつの話なんだ。まさか現在ってことはないだろ。
はい、ここは1967年の世界。
You're telling me Kinzo is that old and settingnya sekarang berapa? Settingnya sekarang berapa?
1980-an, right? Coba ya.
Kinzo must be on an old, must be on a fucking road apa wheelchair ya at this point. Gila di 20 tahun gak berubah sama sekali. Semua ini
1986. Kinzo
19
1986.
tahun.
I know. We are under the belief that magic exists, and Kinzo is
19年
somewhat.
前の世界でございます。
Remember, katanya Nanjo Sensei, this guy should have been dead. With just sheer willpower and yearning, he can even do shit. Okay. Let's try rearranging the story again. I wonder if it could be something like this. Grandfather fell in unrequited love with a person called Beatrice. Then he confined her in this hidden mansion and continued to court her. But she was stubborn and didn't give in. Eventually, she grew pessimistic about being able to escape from him. Yeah. And probably committed suicide. And then, her soul was put in a homunculus and No. If I accept that, then it's the same as accepting that the witch
I
exists.
don't know, man. Homunculus is more probable than witch. Artificial.
How would you explain?
Artificial life, artificial thing is more. I
You
don't
mean
know.
AI?
No, not AI. You know the case of ada orang yang ngeklon domba, terus
Ya,
dombanya bisa
domba.
hidup tapi dombanya umurnya cuman kayak karena selnya
Ya,
diambil
ya,
di
ya,
umur
ya, ya.
23 jadi anggapannya dombanya itu udah umur 23 dan dia cuma punya
Mulainya 23. Ya.
iya. So I think it's more reality based than mungkin witches,
Okay,
you know.
I can interpret that part like this. She probably had a posthumous daughter. Grandfather must have believed that her soul had been placed in her new physical body, and might have thought that the child was the reincarnation of Beato. That means at least 19 years ago, Beato existed on this island as the 19th person.
混乱してきたぜ。いずれにせよ、憶測の域を出ない。確実に赤で言えることは、1967年の六軒島の隠し屋敷に、人間としてのベアトリーチェが存在した。それだけだ。
その通りでございます。1967年の六軒島の隠し屋敷に、人間としてのベアトリーチェ様が存在した。
存在した。
サンキュー。助かるぜ。
おめでとうございます。これでバトラ様の19人目の駒は、その存在がはっきりしました。バトラ様が熱望された18人以外に罪をなすりつけられる19人目の人間。いかなる罪をもなすりつけることのできる生贄の羊。それがお嬢様とは実に愉快。
Renafa laughed indiscreetly. Somehow I didn't like how he put that, so I didn't feel like laughing along with him.
そうだ。ローザおばさんは言った。ベアトリーチェは死んだ。私が殺した。どういう意味なんだ。
それは私の口から語るよりも、実際に顛末をご覧になった方が早いでしょう。少々時計を進めましょ
う。Renafa pulled a stylish pocket watch from his pocket and touched the watch stem. As soon as he did, I saw gold butterflies gather behind his back and take the form of a person. Was it Beato? I quickly realized that it was someone else. It was her. The oldest sister of the 7 stakes, who loved tormenting me more than her 3 meals a day. If I didn't consider myself lucky to see that sexy ass, I won't be able to keep up with their torture game.
ロノウェ様、まだこちらにおられましたか。ベアトリーチェ様が至急お呼びです。
はて、至急のどのようなご用やら、少々バトラ様とのおしゃべりが過ぎたようですね。それではバトラ様、私めはこれで失礼。どうか引き続きお嬢様とのゲームをお楽しみください。
楽しみください。
へい、せいぜい楽しむぜ。あんたはベアトより話が弾むからな。赤も気前よく使ってくれるしよ。ぜひまたおしゃべりに来いよな。
バトラ様、私めもこう見えてもお嬢様の家具。お嬢様が望まぬことはできませんよ。私が語った赤は本来ならお嬢様が自らの口で語るべきもの。 へそを曲げてしまわれたお嬢様に代わって若き真実を披露したに過ぎません。
Ngambek jir.
やっぱ俺、へそを曲げてたよな。
Seeing me and Rodolphe incomprehensibly hitting it off, that steak Nei-chan cocked her head curiously.
ロノウェ様、ベアトリーチェ様をお待たせしております。お急ぎを。
ええ、直ちに参ります。それではバトラス様、後ほど。ようやく仲良くなれてきましたね。
Yes, I thought. Oh, I had feelings we'll manage to become good
ベ
friends.
アとの陰口仲間ってことならな。
ロノウェ様。
はいはい。それでは失礼いたします。
Maybe she didn't like seeing him act so friendly with me. Or maybe she really had to been told to be hurry. When the steak Nei-chan let out a thunderous cry, Rodolphe laughed profusely and disappeared as if running away.
煉獄の七食いが長女のこの私が、この程度の用事で呼びつけられるなんて。ベアトリーチェ様も、この程度なら他の暇そうな妹たちに言いつければいいのに。
Malas banget.
何をカリカリしてんだよ、姉ちゃん。最後の一枚をくれてやるぜ。
気が利くじゃない。なら、一ついただこうかしら。
I casually pushed the snake plate with the last remaining cookie over to her.
But you know, I left the cookie with poison.
Arigato.
Whoa! The fuck? As though coming as a period at the end of a sentence, a sharp sound pierced the table. The nails on 3 of her fingers extended, grew sharp, and pierced the space between my fingers and the hand that was pushing the plate, missing them by a hair's breadth. It had happened in an instant, so for a while I didn't even realize that her fingernails had grown. The tips of those sharp nails were like blades with a red manicure. The spaces between the bases of my fingers hurt sharply. Those razor-like blades had been plunged into the table, a hair's breadth away from the back of my hand and fingers. Because of those 3 blades, I was unable to even let my careless right hand tremble, and by now, all I could do was let a bead of cold sweat drip down.
姉ちゃん、そろそろ爪を切った方がいいぜ。
ルシファーよ。それが誇り高き私の名。ベアトリーチェ様にお仕えする名誉ある家具。煉獄の七食いが長女。他の面汚しな愚昧どもとはわけが違うの。それに見合った敬意を示さないと後悔することになるわよ。
どう後悔するんだか。俺には見当もつかねえぜ。
バカな子ね。そんなに遊んでほしいの？そんなに忘れられないの？私の悔いを思いっきり奥の奥までねじ込んでたっぷりえぐって楽しませてあげるわよ。
くそったれ。いつか押し倒して同じセリフ言ってやるぜ。
あらそう？楽しみにしてるわね。
Ya, dibunuh lagi mas ini. Wah. Rosa eventually regained her calm. The men wanted to hurry her into talking faster, but Kiri intervened. If something like that really had happened, then it would have been a terrible experience that Rosa wouldn't want to remember. After taking several deep breaths, with her hand over her chest, it seemed that she had more or less resolved herself to talk.
あれはいくつの時だったのかしら。多分中学生か。よく覚えてない。とにかくそのくらいの頃だったと思うわ。
ってことはだいたい20年くらい前ってとこか。
あの頃の私はあまり成績が良くなくて、いつもお母様に怒られてばかりだった。私なりに努力していたつもりだったんだけど、お母様の期待には全然応えられなくて。
母上はローザにも随分厳しかったな。当時は同情していたよ。
陰口ばっかだったくせによく言うわね。
予算かエヴァ。それでローザさんはどこでベアトリーチェに会ったんや。
秀吉さん、今はせかしてはダメよ。いいのよ、ローザさん。楽に話して。
ありがとう。あれはお母様に特にひどく叱られた日よ。
Even though my tutor had promised to keep it a secret. Apparently they told Mother all about how I had complained. Mother scolded me brutally, saying my name was a disgrace to the Ushiromiya family. Of course, I was doing the best I could. But I had none of Klaus Nissan's dignity. I couldn't get excellent grades like Eva Nissan. And I had no leadership abilities like Rudolf Nissan. I never stood out, didn't particularly excel at anything. And I found myself asking why I had been born into the Ushiromiya family. I began to question more and more of why I had even been born at all. This is what happened on the day I experienced my mind going blank for the first time. The BPD kicks in now. For the first time in my life, I realized that in addition to facing or surrendering to my problems, I had the third choice of running away. Though I say run away, there was no way I could have left Rakenjima and gone somewhere else. But anyway, I wanted to run away from the mansion and my own self at that time. In a way, it was like a kid running away from home, or maybe a passive sort of suicide.
いなくなりたかったの。あるいはいなくなることによって親を心配させたいという子供なりの反抗だったのかも。私は森の遥か奥に行けば後宮の家から逃れられる。あるいは迷子になって心配させることで仕返しができると。子供な。
それで行ってはいけないと言われていた森に。
ええ、浜辺へ出てから海に沿うように。特に理由があったわけじゃないけれど、島をぐるりと回ればその反対側には誰も知らない場所があって、私だけの隠れ家になるような気がしたの。
浜辺からぐるっとってのは無理だな。途中で崖になっちまうだろう。あんなとこ通れるわけがねえぜ。
もちろんよ。だから通れる方へ通れる方へ、とにかく奥へ奥へ進んだわ。道なんかないひどい森だったけど、あの時の私にはそれが心地よかったの。それほどの険しい森を抜けたなら、その分後宮家から逃れられるって。
情けないわね。成績で叱られたならその分努力すればいいのに。
それを言ってはいいかもね。その代わりローザにはデザイナーとしての才能があったじゃないか。
Literally speaking, he was covering for Rosa. But everyone knew that Rosa's company hadn't been profitable.
よせよ。今は嫌味を言ってる場合じゃねえぜ。そして偶然たどり着いちまったんだな。ベアトリーチェの隠し屋敷に。
Rosa nodded weakly.
How does the rough call this Indonesian? What?
Ya maksudnya kan dia cuma tahu dia ketemu Beatrice gitu aja.
Ya tapi
dia
hidden
assume.
mentionnya dari mana sih?
Yeah, maybe dia assume.
Nah, asumor.
I want peace.
どのくらい歩いたんや。地図で場所が示せるんか。夏井さん、この島の地図はあるかいな。
いえ、今ここにはありませんが。
無理よ。適当に歩いただけだもの。地図を見せられたってわからないわ。それにあれから20年も経ってる。多分森へ行っても二度とたどり着けないわ。
Several people let out dejected sighs. It was vividly clear that in their haste, they thought some hint related to the witch appetite. Or maybe even the gold itself might be resting there.
六軒島はこの屋敷の周りが整地されているだけに過ぎねえ。他は完全に未開で、前頭測量は相当の手間がかかるだろうな。
でも確かに存在すると分かっただけでも収穫よ。お金はかかるだろうけど、例えば航空写真の会社に調査を頼むとか、このお屋敷を建設した業者に当時のことを聞くとか、調べる方法はあるかもしれないわね。
そうね。あるかないかもわからないものを探すよりはまだ方法があるはずよ。
早速調べる価値があるだろう。
Ayo kita
そ
jalan
の調査
sekarang.
は兄弟合同でやるわよ。兄さん一人ではさせないわ。
It wasn't yet certain that the gold was hidden in that secret mansion, but the sparks seemed to have started flying between Kraus and Eva already.
兄貴たち、今はよせよ。ローザ、続きを話してくれ。
Ding, ding, ding. Wait, new OST? Blindly, randomly, I kept running on and on. Suddenly, I came across something I thought was an animal trail. I was very tired and had no idea how far I have walked. So at the time, I naturally took the easiest path. As I did, suddenly right before my eyes, a very, very tall fence appeared. It was a fence wonderfully adorned in a Gothic style. For an instant, I thought I'd gotten turned around and returned to the original mansion. Of course, there were fences around the mansion to stop us from entering the forest. But this fence was decorated differently, and moreover, it was very tall. It probably reached a full 2 stories up. Holy shit. It was covered with ivy and created a mysterious, solemn atmosphere. At the time, I believed in the legend of the Witch of the Forest, Beatrice. I had been told that she was frightening. But some of the servants told me that she'd sometime help you if you respected her. Since I had little confidence in those days, I believed the only way I could be safe was by receiving her help. That's why I thought what I did. I believe that this was the fence of the mansion belonging to Beatrice, the witch of the forest. I thought that if I could meet with Beatrice, she'd definitely save me. So I decided to try going in. But the fence was very, very tall, and it didn't look like I'd be able to go over it. So I chose to walk around it. I thought that if I did, I'd eventually reach a gate. But it wasn't that easy. The fence had an incredible length to match its incredible height, and no matter how far I went, I didn't reach a corner. It might have encircled a massive area. Or maybe I just had the impression because my child's leg made it difficult to walk in the forest. Anyway, I couldn't find a gate for a while. And I started to feel sad, as though the witch had rejected me. As I did, I eventually came upon a large tree whose twisted root had bent fence. It might get my clothes dirty, but if I crawled, it looked like I'd be able to sneak in.
そこが隠し屋敷だったの？あれが私たちの言う隠し屋敷なのかはわからない。でも少なくとも私たちの知る場所ではなかったわ。
It wasn't as though I came out into a garden as soon as I passed the fence. I had to continue through a lot more uncultivated forest after that. As I did, the forest suddenly opened up. And what appeared there was an unbelievably fantastical scene. To think that on Rakenjima, where I thought only we lived, there could be such a wonderful mansion hidden away. A beautiful flower garden spanned the front of the mansion. It was a flower garden of a completely different design from the rose garden we know so well. It was very lovely. Of course, the mansion was also wonderful. It was a couple size smaller than ours, but it was still elegant and adorable at the same time. Then I saw her figure. I saw her sitting in a garden chair, positioned to give a view of the flower garden, wearing an elegant dress. It was that black dress embroidered in gold that we would later know from that portrait. I hadn't seen an elegant dress like that, except in fairy tales and on stage of musicals. For a person to be wearing it as her normal clothes, that in itself seemed quite fantastical. That mysterious scene was enough to make me lose my sense of reality. If someone had told me that it was a dream, I might have nodded obediently and waited to wake up in my bed. I had forgotten to hide myself in my shop, so she eventually spotted me. At first, her expression was quite listless, but when she noticed me, her eyes opened very wide. It was only natural, considering that a guest she didn't know had suddenly appeared. I lowered my head automatically, planning to greet her and apologizing for entering without permission. Those were the first words she said to me. I grew slightly calmer, because I realized that we could talk to each other. Mana Rosa Bogel? because I hadn't been turned into a frog just by meeting her eyes, like a terrifying witch in a fairy tale.
ごめんなさい。勝手にお庭に立ち入って。すみません。
そなたは誰か名乗るがよい。
後ろ宮ローザと言います。
後ろ宮。ほう。金蔵の一族の人間なのか？
はい、金蔵の娘です。こんにちは。
I was a little surprised. After all, father was a great man, feared by everyone. And yet she had spoken of him without using honorific. So I was immediately terrified of her. After all, if she could refer to my fearsome father that way, she must be a witch with incredible power. After staring at me curiously, she beckoned me to come over. Frightened as I was, I obeyed. After all, I thought she might really turn me into a frog. The closer I got, the stronger that fear became. After all, as I keep saying over and over, that woman and her dress in the flower garden and the mansion, that whole picture was so fantastical and beautiful that it seemed separate from reality. It probably wouldn't have surprised me at all to learn that she really was a witch. And I really was lucky. She hadn't turned me into a frog. As I awkwardly stood there, stock still, she motioned to an open chair and urged me to sit down.
Bentar, gue tanya.
Okay. Chat, my theory is that it's the orphanage. I think it's the orphanage. Think that Beatrice was taken capture, killed herself, and then Kinzo thought, let's get some more Beatrice. Let's find some kids who have blonde hair, who we can groom to be Beatrice, who can, be instilled the idea of witch. Jadi pas dia masih kecil, di grooming, dibacain dongeng tentang witch. They even had a witch tutor, remember? They had a witch tutor. I believe it. Oh my god. Bentar.
Saya kembali. Beli. Oh, beli yang lebih bawah. Ya. Saya sudah kembali.
Belum ya?
Udah, saya sudah kembali.
Ada. Let's go.
座るがよい。
Oi. Holy.
初めて訪れた者を庭へ招き、語らうのがわらわの唯一の楽しみよ。他に何の楽しみもないがな。
As she said this, she let an unhappy smile show for just an instant. Because I was full of strange mix of tension and excitement, I rudely asked her a question all of a sudden.
森の魔女ベアトリーチェですか？
いかにも、わらわがベアトリーチェである。
Tapi kamu tidak mengkonfirm kamu
や
witch.
はりな、ベアトリーチェは実在したんだ。
その姿はまさに肖像画の。
ええ、まさにあの肖像画の通りよ。
お父さんの想像の中の魔女じゃなかったんやな。
Jadi tidak
それで、あなたは彼女と何を話したの？
彼女はお茶を入れながら私のことをいろいろと聞いたわ。まず森を抜けてやってきたことを驚かれた。彼女は柵の外には危険な狼がたくさんいると信じていたみたいだった。だから私が森を抜けてたどり着いたと言ったらとても驚いていたわ。どうやって狼から逃れたのか、それとも魔法の街灯をかぶって。
Iya bener ini. Beatrice-nya di instill witch
なんて
apa?
感じのことを言ってたっけ？
Witch stories gitu loh.
そりゃ確かに魔女っぽいわな。面白いお人や。
あなた黙って。ずいぶん昔だけど、お父様は森には狼が住んでいるから近寄ってはならないって私たちを脅さなかった。
ああ、そんなこともあったな。バカらしいね。日本の狼はとっくの昔に絶滅しているというのに。まさに子供騙しだな。
記憶にねえな、そんな話。親父に聞かされたっけ？森には魔女だろ？狼なんて話聞いたことないぜ。
あんたがまだ小学校だった頃よ。覚えてない？そしたらあんた、むしろ狼を、お父様はすぐに狼の話を引っ込めて、魔女の話に切り替えたのよ。もう、その嘘っぽいことと言ったら。
当時のルドルフには狼よりも魔女の話の方がてきめんだったね。よく覚えているよ。私の背中にしがみついた夜があったことを覚えているかね？
ルドルフさんにもそんな可愛らしい時代があったのね。
Wow.
うるせえな、子供の頃の話だぜ。
まあ、とにかく、ベアトリーチェを閉じ込めていたのがお父さんなら、同じ狼の話をするのは道理ね。彼にとって六軒島の広大な森は、後ろ宮家と愛人の屋敷という、相入れない二つの異世界を分断する、越えてはならない壁だったのだから。
Isekai mention.
柵の高さを考えると、どうやら親父殿は庭ごと丸々を座敷牢にしたようだな。さながら二つの世界を分ける国境も同然だったのだろう。
狼はともかく野犬の類でもいたのではありませんか？そのための策だったかもしれません。
六軒島に狼も野犬もいないわ。その策は兄さんやベアトリーチェと私たちの間の国境だったんでしょうね。
しかし狼の話を素直に信じるなんて、なんちゅうか純朴やな。わしの想像していた魔女とは随分違う感じやで。
そうね、それは私も感じたわ。とても尊大で 確かに魔女のイメージ通りの人だったんだけど、どこかとても子供っぽくて、
No,
なんていう
my
の
theory
か
is going
素直すぎるというか、
racing in the stocks anjir.
世間知らずな印象を受けたわ。例えるなら本当におとぎの国の人みたいというか、本当に不思議な
Otogebashi.
人だったわ。
それからどうしたんだ？親父の話とかは出たのか？
ええ、何日かに一度。約束されている日もあれば突然の日もあったそうだけど、ふらりとお父様が訪れては一緒にお茶を飲んだり散歩したりしたんですって。私が訪れたその日はたまたま彼女一人だったと言っていたわ。
なるほどな。まさに愛人といったところだ。やれやれ、いくつ年下か知らんが、親父殿もやるね。
Good for fun.
やるね。
いかがわしい意味での交流はなかったと確信しています。
バカね。男と女の多さに色気がないはずないじゃない。それでどうしたの？それから何の話を？
私の自己紹介をしたので、逆に彼女のことを質問したわ。そうしたら急に雰囲気が落ち込んでしまったの。なんていうのか、とても気だるそうな、寂しそうな。私が初めて彼女の顔を見た時に浮かべていたのと同じ表情だった。
まあ秘密の愛人だからな。好き勝手に歩かれてお袋に見つかっちまったらことだ。きっと軟禁に近い状態だったろう。綺麗なドレスに綺麗な屋敷や庭があってもさぞや窮屈な思いをしてたんだろうぜ。そりゃ苦労もあったろうさ。それで
彼女はきっと何か悩みがあった。それを私に話したところで何の解決にもならない。
Fake posting, fake
私も
posting.
とても悲しかったのを覚えてる。私と一緒にいることさえ忘れてしまったかのようで、遠くをぼんやり見ながらずっと無言でいたわ。私はきっと失言してしまったに違いないと思ったんだけど、謝罪の言葉すらも口にしていいような雰囲気じゃなくて、だから私も彼女が私と一緒にいることを思い出してくれるまでずっと黙ってた。
And then she muttered unexpectedly.
柵の向こうには本当に狼などおらぬのか？
え？はい。狼なんて動物園でも見たことないです。
動物園とは何か？
ああ、いろんな動物が飼われているところです。象とかキリンとかパンダとか珍しい動物。
動物園に狼はいないのか？ならその
Cantik banget tapi.
怖くないかもしれんな。
狼がいたとしても動物はみんな檻に入ってますから安全です。だから安心して見学できるんですよ。
The mighty witch of the forest was apparently terrified of wolves. I remembered it looked pretty funny to me at the time.
それはわらわとどう違うのか？
Rah. She didn't know about Zeus. I explained how fun Zeus could be. But it was very difficult for a person like her, who had never visited one, to understand. On the contrary, as I explained it to her, her expression grew increasingly dismal. She couldn't see the difference. Apparently, even though she lived in an elegant mansion that was surrounded by a high fence and seemed to lack for nothing, she couldn't see how she was any different from animals shut up in cages.
わらわは何者なのか？皆はわらわのことをベアトリーチェと呼ぶ。 それは確かにそなたの言うように偉大な魔女の名前らしい。
Ah,
しかしそれはわらわではないのだ。
wala de
魔法など
wanai.
何も使えぬ。わらわはその魔女の魂を
Yeah,
子供に
Rios.
封じられているだけなのだ。
There was definitely something odd about her. Beyond just being cut off from the world, it seemed she truly believed that magic exists. I think she talked about lots of weird things, but I don't remember the detail. All I thought was that this might be a person to be pitied. She was unable to leave this mansion of her own free will, a prisoner without even realizing it. And she didn't know anything about the outside world. Didn't even understand who she was. She probably vaguely realized that she was to be pitied. But since she didn't know anything, she seemed incapable of recognizing her own unhappiness. Long ago, when I told Nesan that I felt sorry for the bird in the cage, she said this. A bird that only knows about the inside of the cage doesn't long for the outside. But this wasn't a bird. She really was a person. Even if she'd never been outside the cage, she understood that there was more to the world. So, I invited her.
柵の外へ出てみますか？本当に狼はいないのか？いないですよ。絶対平気ですから。出たい。
Kayak suara hayamin aja deh.
だが、いつも門は閉まっている。私が入ってきたところがあります。くぐり抜けられる隙間があるんです。そこを抜ければ外の世界があるのか。はい。狼は本当にいない。はい、いませんよ。
I'd only planned on inviting her to go on a short walk, but she kept looking over her shoulder at the mansion, as though she was seriously worrying over the decision. Then I learned what she was preparing herself for.
わらわはもうここは嫌だ。外へ出たい。そしてわらわが何者でこの世界はどうなっていて、わらわは何のために生まれてきたのかを知りたい。
I didn't know what her life had been like before then. It was probably something she couldn't express easily. If it was harsh, she just had to say she wanted to escape. If it was sweet, she just had to say she would stay. For example, maybe it was like how a hot fireplace on a winter day makes the air get thicker and thicker, giving you a headache. Even though you know you shouldn't keep things the way they are, you still need the courage to open the window and be tormented by the cold wind. She was starting to realize that she couldn't stay there forever. She was starting to realize that she had to go outside someday. But since she didn't know about the outside world, she must have needed courage to take that unspeakable first step outside. And despite that, she had made her decision. She'd voiced her decision to go outside, a decision she was probably making for the first time in her life. I hesitated for a moment. Father had decided that she should live here. She was like father's beloved bird in a cage. If I just let her escape, father might scold me harshly.
見たい。何を？動物園が。
I was just a little surprised when she finally gave me a gentle smile. Could that have been a false-sightedness brought about by her decision to venture out from her cage? It was a smile so gentle, I couldn't imagine that it had come from that once dark face.
そなたと話すと知らないことばかり出てくる。わらわは学校なるものもわからぬし、動物園も知らぬ、映画館も知らぬ、遊園地も知らぬ。
Apa-apa Beatrice, aku juga nggak tahu movie theater.
心の底から思う。そなたはわらわをそこへ連れて行ってくれるのか？
Aku menyimpan itu for my significant other gitu.
Terus your significant other ngajakinnya nontonnya apa tuh, kayak apa, Blair Witch Project, kayak yang
Is it a good movie? Oh ya udah, I mean if that's what she wants to watch, okay, maybe I cry, shit my pants, but that's fine. I was nervous about how I could keep it a secret from father. But her face looked so happy, so I went along with her and nodded. But she seemed not to notice the meaning behind my vague smile. She seemed to believe that I'd really take her to all those places. She was pure and genuine. She'd probably never been tricked by anyone.
Except for Ginzu.
No. Maybe it's better to say that she never learned how to doubt. Her smile was somehow radiant and yet pathetic. I wanted to find a way to grant her mother's wish.
わらわはもうベアトリーチェは嫌だ。わらわが何者なのか、ベアトリーチェではない新しい人間を始めたい。だからここから連れ出してほしい。
My Prince Charming, Rosa gitu.
ドレスもいらぬ。金蔵とも二度と会わぬ。ここよりわらわを連れ出してくれ。ローザ。
However, that responsibility was one that a child like me couldn't hope to fully bear. Still, when I saw her serious gaze along with that brilliant smile that made it look as though a possessive spirit had left her, I could feel a little courage start to rise up inside me. This was definitely something that would get me into a lot of trouble. And yet, it was definitely the right thing to do. I don't know how it will turn out, but I'll take her away from here. Of course, I won't be able to talk to father, and not mother either. Should I talk to Onisama or Onesama? No, what about that reliable Genji-san? Oh, that's right. What about Kumasawa-san, to whom I can always talk when I'm in trouble? I'm sure they'll be able to do something. You know, in retrospect, remember that Rosa is always angry whenever Maria says something about Beatrice. She's angry because takut terkuak masa lalunya that she killed Beatrice. That makes more sense now why she's really angry. Kayak gak ada, Beatrice gak ada gitu loh. Kayak she doesn't want to get found out ya kakak. Like she must be living a nightmare. Anggap kayak misalnya ya, you kill the guy. Terus somehow anakmu bilang, aha, aku diajarin sama dia gitu deh kakak. Like how you killed them? It's like tormenting her. Anyway, for now, I'll take her out of it. This was already a place she didn't want to be. So, I took her to the crack in the fence and led her outside. She was all nervous, checking to make sure there were no wolves around. But once that fear disappeared, she found a goat. Even just walking around this dense forest seemed to be fun somehow. Every time she found something, she would ask me about it. And they were all really trivial things. What is a rock? What's that flower? What's that leaf? And that sound? And that smell? It really was like the inside of that fence had been the entire world. So now that she had traveled beyond the limits of her world, it's strange. When I first saw her, I really thought she was the witch herself, relaxing inside the witch mansion. But now it was different. Or actually the complete opposite. She'd left a world she'd believed to be finished, and was overjoyed at the realization that the world was endless, something she never thought of before. Bentar. Aku takut ada ular aja.
Oke, ular. Ini gara-gara video yang di-share tadi sama Niba aja, bro.
Tikus kisu, jir, nggak ada ular padahal. Nggak ada apa-apa. So everything she saw was new. It was almost as though she was the one who had been thrown into a fairy tale. If she was Alice, then I felt almost like a rabbit holding a watch. To her, it was probably a really fun walk, filled to the brim with excitement. But I was actually at a loss at what to do. After all, I walked randomly to get there. Of course, I didn't know the way back to our mansion. There were no lights in the forest, and I hadn't brought a flashlight. I realized it would be terrible if it got dark while we were still like this, and grew impatient. She was too innocent. And apparently she couldn't understand at all how frightening it would be to face the night inside the forest. But I was the one who brought her outside. I had to take responsibility somehow and resolve the situation. So, I had a thought. Let's go out to the ocean for now. If we then follow the beach around, we should eventually make it back to the mansion. However, there was much more of a problem than I imagined. I didn't have a map or a compass. There was no way I could walk in a straight line through an uncultivated forest, and I immediately lost my sense of direction. I already had no clue which trail I had come by and was completely lost. At this rate, night would definitely fall before I had a clue where to walk. But this was no time to cry. After all, that woman following behind me was so innocent and having so much fun. So I definitely had to lead the way through the forest. For the sake of her smile as well. Gritting my teeth so that she didn't see me looking troubled. I pushed my way through the woods, advancing down the path that wasn't a path. Then, after going various trouble, I fortunately managed to reach the ocean. At the time, I still didn't have even a clue of where I was on the island. But for the time being, I was just a little reassured. Realizing that if I just went around this way, I would surely be able to return to the mansion. However, though I had reached the ocean, we were at the top of a rock cliff. The beach was far below us. I was tired from walking around the forest for so long, so I figured that an open area, even a rocky beach, would probably be much easier to walk in. So I suggested that we go down that rocky cliff somehow. It looked pretty dangerous, but I figured there was no other way. However, Beatrice agreed to my plan without any doubt. Even though she was probably older than me. She meekly obeyed. Almost as though she was some kind of chick who thought I was her mother. Brah! I searched to see if there was some part of the cliff I'd be able to get down. Then I found a place where the cliff had fallen over and made a slope. It looked a little dangerous. But if I went down using both hands and both legs like I was crawling, I thought I'd probably be okay.
ここを降りましょう。気をつけないと危ないけど。とにかく海岸に降りて、あとは沿って歩けば、もう迷わずに済むと思うの。うん。動作がそうするのならそうしようぞ。わらわは迷うとやらも楽しいぞ。とても愉快だ。
She really had no sense of danger. There was probably no doubt that she'd lived a life without discomfort. Even though she knew it would get dark when night fell, she couldn't imagine how dangerous the inside of a forest could be without a light. Furthermore, it seemed that she couldn't grasp at all how dangerous it might be if she fell from the cliff. I warned her repeatedly to be careful. I cautiously examined our potential route down. It seemed to be quite a long drop. I think it might have been about 10 meters down. If you look at it from the bottom up, it would probably have looked shorter than the roof of the mansion. But looking from the top, it felt almost like staring down from the observation room on Tokyo Tower. Wish I can understand that. But Beatrice still appeared to be completely without fear. It felt as though she had never ever been taught that high places were dangerous. No, maybe she believed that she was a witch. Oh, big pointer, big hint right there. And that she could fly. So there wasn't any need to worry.
気をつけてくださいね。結構高いから。うん。気をつけるぞ。下へ降りたら海があるな。そこに水族館があるのか。いえ、この島には水族館はないですよ。でも海にはたくさんの魚がいると思います。そうか。魚はいるのか。そなたが話してくれたクジラとかイルカとかペンギンとかはいるのか。
クジラ？
いえ、そういうのは水族館に行かないといないです。水族館は島を出ないとないですよ。そうなのか。だが楽しみだ。クジラとはどんな魚なのか。すっごく大きな魚で、あれ？哺乳類。それで潮を吹いたりします。ほう。ならばイルカは？頭のいい魚で、あれ？これもね、とても頭が良くて芸とかを覚えられるんですよ。ほう。ならばペンギンはどう？あれ？これは鳥類だっけ？なんだ。水族館なのにさっきから魚が出てこんの。まあその魚だけでなくいろいろな海の生き物がいっぱいいるんですよ。ほほ、それはとても楽しみだ。
She let out what might have been a funny, rushed up and short cry. It was probably a scream. It came right out of the blue. Her body separated from the cliff and silently fell. I immediately wanted to say something to her. I wanted to say, didn't I tell you to be more careful? It was the thought of a child. It was how a child immediately gets mad when something bad happened, trying to find an excuse to show it wasn't their fault. Of course I said it out loud. Are you okay? Didn't I warn you over and over?
それで崖から落ちてどうなったんだ。
彼女はどうしたんだ、ローザ。
Rosa fell silent. Her gaze dropped to her feet, as though she was seeing through the floor into some disgusting memory.
死んだのね。
Eva's brutal words were the one Rosa had most wanted to avoid. And when she was hit with them, she screamed in resignation.
死んだわ。岩浜だったもの。尖った危険な岩がたくさんむき出しになっていた。目を見開いたまま、すごい血が溢れ出して、たちまち真っ赤な絨毯を広げていった。声をかけたわ。揺さぶったわ。でも彼女は返事はおろか、 瞬きすらも。私が悪いのよ。彼女はドレス姿だったのよ。あんな動きにくい格好なのを知っていたのに、私が壁木を降りようなんて言って、彼女はすごい素直だったから、私の言うことに何の疑いもせずに従って。
いつまで死んでいるつもりか。いい加減に目を覚ませ。まったく、わらわの預かり知れぬところで勝手に肉塊に姿を変えようって。おめえのとこの太もも姉ちゃんとイチャついてただけだぜ。それよりこれはどういうことだ？見たままよ。わらわは足を踏み外して転落し死んだ。なんだと？19人目として登場しておきながら死んだだと？ふざけるな。そんなわけはない。ローザおばさんは子供だったし焦ってた。医者がいたわけでもない。多分死んだと誤解しただけで、お前は多分仮死状態か何かで生きていたんだ。そうだろ。
It can't be true. She's gotta be alive. Otherwise, how can she be here? The kid-aged Aunt Rosa shook Beatrice's body, crying. I stared into that face too. But her eyes were still open, and it really was a corpse. I wanted to dodge the issue by saying something vague like she must be playing dead. But no matter how I looked at it, it didn't look fake at all. It really did look like she was dead. Beatrice had fallen upside down from a cliff of that height. Upside down, I did. And her head had smashed against the pointed tips of these sharp rocks. Yeah, you probably would die. The landing on those rocks. And from that height. But I couldn't accept it. No matter how dead she looked, she had to be alive. Then she went on to become this damn irritating witch. That makes all the inconsistencies fit. Grandfather must have kept her confined constantly in a hidden mansion. Then, to take revenge for that, she committed several atrocious murders. Aunt Rosa probably just mistakenly thought she was dead. But she was actually alive, and as soon as Aunt Rosa left, would miraculously breathe again. Then she somehow lived on until today and opened the curtain on her revenge drama. Otherwise, the facts don't fit together.
そう簡単には騙されねえぞ。赤で復唱できるか？確かに死んだと。どうせ生きてるんだろ？見え見えだぜ。それのどこが生きているように見えるというのか。間違いなく死んでいる。
On to the next groomer. My theory that the 19th person was grandfather's mistress, a human Beatrice, had been defeated. I had planned to strike back from a defensive position, but...
なら、お前は何者だってんだ。お前はたった今死んだんだろうが。まさか魔法で蘇ったとか言い出すんじゃねえだろうな。
すでに説明したと思うがな。そこに倒れているわらわは確かに魂はわらわだが、その体はわらわをうつしおへつなぎ止めておく肉の檻に過ぎなかった。そしてその肉の檻がこうして壊れた。それがどういうことかわかるか？
もうさっぱりだぜ。好きなだけ
さっぱりだぜ。
魔女っ子と奥に興じろよ。チャカの代わりに聞いてやら。 なんだ、空っぽか。おい、紅茶のおかわりを頼むぜ。
ロノエ、客人が紅茶をお望みだ。
When Beato clapped her hand, Runofe appeared. Butlers sure are convenient.
おかわりですね。どの程度お継ぎしましょうか。
どうせ、チャカがボリューム満点だろうからよ。半分でいいぜ。
それでも、なみなみとお入れするのが英国式でございます。
Ngapain nanya kalau gitu anjing. Baiting.
Even though just enough to wet my throat would have been fine, he filled it to the top. I turned my back to Beato, sipping in silence.
ちょっと目を覚ましてよ、ベアトリーチェ。
Rosa shook me. No, shook the corpse that had once been me. Watch over her from a short distance away. So I fell from there and died. For a while I believed that was true. I saw Rosa spend a long time beside my corpse, then watch her as she ran away. Eventually I realized that I was a different individual from that corpse.
そうか、わらわか。ようやく金蔵の戒めから逃れられたのか。
Eventually I felt the memory returning. The fact that I was an endless witch who had lived for 1,000 years. Then I remembered that I had been summoned by Kinzo, and that I'd been imprisoned by him for a long time. While being imprisoned in the cage of flesh, I completely lost my memory as a witch. However, thanks to Rosa, if you could say that, thanks to my accidental death, I would now finally regain myself.
ローザ、そなたはわらわを死なせてしまったと後悔しているだろうが、わらわにとっては感謝したいくらいよ。
I couldn't see Rosa anymore. Did she go to call a doctor? Or was she so terrified that she ran away? It no longer matters. That soulless shell no longer has any value. And yet I'm so frail now. Even this glorious midday sun is agony to me. I destroyed my human form. Then I changed into several gold butterflies. Yes, with my magical power, as frail as it is now, this form is easier to maintain. To escape even a little from the light of the sun, I rode the wind and gently flew up the side of the cliff. It would probably be a bit cooler in the forest. Anyway, I'll take some time to reciprocate? And regain my recuperate and regain my former power. As I ponder how to make Kinzu pay up all he owes me. Dancing alone through the air, I look down at the shore one more time. On the rocky shore lay the figure of what had once been me. The figure I would eventually regain. To regain the form of that physical body I had thrown away, it would probably take more than 100, 200 days. And it might require 1,000 days or perhaps even more. However, I am the Endless Witch. The Golden Witch who has lived for 1,000 years. Waiting any countable number of days would be no problem. Oh, Kinzo. Regret that you are not here now. No longer will you be able to capture me. And then Kinzo get a new orphan.
それで、お前は黄金の蝶に姿を変え、森の中に潜んで魔力が回復するのを待った。ってのか？
そういうことだ。そなたを嘲笑するためにこの姿を取るが、本来は蝶たちの姿でいた方が魔力的には楽なのだ。
無理しねえで楽な格好で嫌がれよ。ムカつく笑い声を聞かずに済むぜ。
だが、金蔵も指をくわえているわけではなかった。しかし、わらわを捕らえる方法はすぐに用意はできぬ。そのため、まずはわらわをこの島から逃さぬ方法。そして、わらわが力を取り戻すことがないよう、即座に手を打ったのだ。やれやれ。とにかく金蔵の執念深いことと言ったら、想像を絶する。あれに惚れられるのも、なかなかに辛いものだぞ。
蝶になったお前を逃がさない方法？なんだよ。森全体に蚊帳でも張っとってのか？
うん。それを魔法的に行ったのだ。そなたは知っておるか？
magical.
船着き場の先の洋上に岩礁が浮かび、そこに小さな東洋魔術の祠があることを。
ああ、あれか。今年はなくなってたけどな。昔、修験者が作ってったとかいう祠なんだろ？
六軒島は元来、歪みのある島でございます。魔
Distortion.
力的な存在や、それに類した存在を引きつけます。お嬢様も、そんなうちのお一人でございましょうね。紅茶のおかわりはいかがですか？
いただこうぞ。それらは人間たちに害をなし、おそらく数々の不気味なる伝承を残してきたであろう。それを聞きつけた東洋魔術師が古代に設けたのがあの祠なのだ。長い時間を経て、その力は失われておった。金蔵はそれを修復することで、島の結界を蘇らせ、わらわを再び島に縛り付けたのだ。
西洋魔女のお前に、東洋の魔法なんて通じるのかよ。
本来は相性が悪い。しかしわらわを封じたいという目的にお
Are
い
they
て
talking
は、
about Lao?
ある意味都合が良かっただろうな。
I think they're talking about Lao.
What do you mean, Lao?
Like when they're talking about Eastern magic and Western magic to keep this off, I think they're talking about Kinzo membawa lawyer, right? To make sure that no one else can get into this island and no one else can get out of this island.
I think
Theoretically
you're reading
speaking,
too much, Blin. I think you're reading
theoretically
too much.
speaking, Beatrice, who was a Gothic British coded lady, cannot return to British again because under the law of the Western does not apply here. I'm thinking too far.
Yeah, I think so.
わらわも西洋魔術であれば
Yeah,
心
I
得がある。
cannot unsee it. No.
どのような結界であっても何かの手が打てたであろう。しかし東洋魔術は専門外よ。わらわが飲まんとするスープに対しスプーンではなく箸を与えられたようなものだ。
東洋魔術が強く支配する空間では、西洋魔術はひどく
I
力
cannot
を失
unsee
い
my
ます。
theory.
ただでさえ、 千日はかけたであろう力を取り戻す時間を、さらに長くかけねばならなかったのです。
それで、約20年かけて魔力を取り戻し、今こうして蘇ったって言いたいのか？
辛く長い年月であった。わらわは黄金の蝶の姿のまま長く日々を送り、金蔵の屋敷を見つけ、奴の日常を見守った。どのように仕返しをしてやろうか、それを思案することだけを日々の楽しみに生きてきた。わらわにとって幸運だったのは、その間の20年間、金蔵はわらわを探し出し、捕らえるあらゆる秘術にことごとく失敗した点だったか。人間に起こせる奇跡の数などたかが知れている。わらわをあれだけ長く捕らえていただけでも十分に身に過ぎた奇跡だ。そう何度も捕らえられてはたまらぬわ。
じいさまが前のゲームだかで言ってたな。魔法は確率的奇跡に宿る。みたいなことをよ。
うん。金蔵はわらわを再び捕らえる秘術を探るうちに、そこに行き着いたのだ。そして、13人の生贄を捧げることで、わらわを再び蘇らせる儀式を、ついに編み出したのだ。
13人の
What I don't understand.
生贄。
Why would
それが魔女
Kinzo
の
want
碑文。
to revive? Oh, biar ke cage dalam flash
生
lagi.
贄
Ya, ya,
の歌
benar
で
benar.
ございます。第一の晩に6人、第二の晩に2人、そして第4の晩から第8の晩にかけて5人、合計13人の生贄を捧げる禁じられた儀式。その生贄はランダムに決められ、儀式を執り行う金蔵自身も例外にはなりません。
Bro literally said, let's
バ
try
カ野
it.
郎。この島で起こったあの凄惨な殺人が全部おかしな儀式だって言うのかよ。
I'd had a vague idea that this might be the case. But I couldn't just hear that it was true from a witch and a demon and say, oh, really? And accept it.
六軒島には18人いる。13人が生贄に捧げられ、5人だけが生き残る。そしてわらわは蘇る。つまり、金蔵がわらわに再び会える確率は、だいたい3分の1といったところか。その確率に自らの命を落とし、残りわずかな寿命の最後の一瞬に、わらわとの再会を望んだのだ。
そのふざけた儀式のために俺たち親族が集められたってのかよ。ふざけやがって。いい加減なことを抜かすんじゃねえ。
もとより契約の通りだ。金蔵の生を終えるとき、貸し与えた黄金と、そして金蔵が生み出した財産のすべてをわらわがもらい受けることになっておる。金蔵には散々に英雄を飲まされたが、今となってはこの1000年でも稀な時間だった。何しろ魔女の天敵は退屈よ。それから逃れることのできる数十年間を提供した金蔵には、なるほど、それも含めて借りがあるやもしれぬ。わらわは金蔵のゲームに乗ることにした。そしてまず金蔵は後宮家当主の指輪をわらわに返却する。わらわの黄金で復興させた家だからな。そして13人の生贄を気まぐれに決めるのだ。そしてその過程でお前たちが右往左往し、わらわに立ち向かおうと様々な人間模様を見せてくれることは、わらわにとって非常に愉快なことだ。わらわはこの金蔵のゲームを実に気に入っている。
ああ そんな魔法話は
Crash out, crash
絶
out.
対信じねえぞ。じゃあお前は誰なんだ？お前は崖から転落して死んだんだろうが、魂が抜け出して蝶になって森へ？そんなのあるわけねえだろうが。だがお前はここにいる。誰だってんだ？お前こそが19人目じゃねえのかよ。
そうであるな。わらわこそが19人目であろうな。
PPHP ini.
だがダメだぜ。全然ダメだ。
Push.
この六軒島に19人以上の人間は存在しない。
But she didn't actually mention homunculus. Fuck you.
なんだと？
なんだと？
ってことは18人プラス X の X は存在しないってのかよ。俺が取ったコマ X は存在しないってのかよ。
そういうことになります。実にご愁傷様ですよ。しかしお嬢様は手がお早いですな。もう少し泳がせて最後にひっくり返すものとばかり思っておりました。さてバトラス様、紅茶のおかわりはもう結構ですか？
Ya bet nanti butler.
いらねえよ、チキショー。俺は信じないぞ。18人の中に犯人がいるわけねえ。じゃあお前は何なんだよ。どうしてここにいるんだよ。19人目が存在しないってんなら、お前は18人の誰かの変装だって言うのかよ。
Mau nggak?
そなたにとってしぶしぶとではあっても18人の誰かを疑うことが最後の逃げ道。キャスリングとな。しかしわらわはここからが難しいのだ。そなたはなりふりさえ捨てれば18人もの人間を自在に犯人に仕立て上げられる。その18人の駒をくぐり抜けわらわを認めさせチェックメイトに至るのは実に難しいことよ。
そんなことするもんか。18人の誰も疑わない。疑いたくない。またここに追い込まれちまったのか。チクショー、チクショー、チクショー。
三度に及んだそなたとのゲームもいよいよ終盤戦のようではないか。
わ
もう逃げ場はないぞ。お前の大好きな18人を疑いたくないだろう。わらわがそれをかぶってやるぞ。なのになぜわらわを拒むのか。序盤は本のように、中盤は魔術師のように、そして終盤は機械のようにさせとな。これより詰めるぞ。ゆっくりじっくり。いや、それともそなたにふさわしく一気に畳みかけるのが良いのか。
Wow,
そ
kapan
なた
di-press
には
ya?
それが似合うだろう。すでにそなたの苦手とする攻め方も知り抜いておるわ。
Wah, ini ngasih tahu siapa-siapa di mana terus meninggal ya. Ya kan? Ya kan? Will killing be involved in this episode? Iya, dia malah bucin. Yang di dalam kah yang mati? Bel sekolah ini. Oh, that's a hidden there. Goda. Mati kamu sendiri di situ, Goda.
Yang belum ditunjukin
Kumasawa.
sama Kinzo udah. Masalah sama Maria belum ditunjukin. Ya pelakunya mereka berdua berarti.
It's so easy this game.
This is the Schrödinger killer, kan? Every episode is different killer.
It's such an easy game. Figured it in like the 30 seconds. Wait, now we can begin. Yeah.
Harusnya Betul nanya pertanyaan simpel ke Beatrice. What counts as a person? Gitu. Dia pasti bilang
What defines a person?
Ya.
According to Eastern law and Western law, it might differ. Apakah orang yang di-exile masih dianggap orang? You know, my people,
apakah orang kayak Kinzo masih dianggap orang?
この旅のゲームはどう転ぶのか。委ねるもよし。いずれにせよ、わしに残されたわずかの命をトスに値する実に楽しい宴よ。
In his dimly lit study, occasionally brightened by lightning, Ginzu kept mumbling and laughing to himself. On the antique clock with the intricate design that had been sitting on his desk, the two overlapping hands tilted to the right and begin to slide. The measure of time that counted up to 24 had returned to 0 and had began to count back again.
時の刻みとは残酷なものよ。24を数えるために1日をかけてたどり着き、そして再び0に戻る。23時59分までは確かに数えただろう。しかし24時にたどり着くことはできたのだろうか。たどり着けず再び0時に戻ったと考えれば、それは何とも虚しいことよ。
But perhaps a person's life is the same. You lived aiming for a perfect 24, and the instant you reach it, you return to 0. People will probably praise the departed, saying that he did reach 24, but he most certainly did not. In the end, he is a 0.
わしは違うぞ。わしは生きて24にたどり着く。
Nah, I do it.
そここそが黄金鏡。ベアトリーチェの住処なのだから。
Kinzu had been fumbling around with some sort of tarot cards for some time. It looked as though he was trying to divine his own luck with a contest, doing it over every time he didn't like the result. The most forbidden action in tarot reading is trying to predict the same thing twice. Is it? To do so ridicules the results of fortune telling, and also desecrates those beings higher than humans that give revelation through the tarot cards. However, Kinzu knew tarot cards shouldn't be used twice because since they're nothing more than a random number generator, reading them twice will naturally cause a different result to appear.
Oh, maksudnya iya, I mean.
Therefore, reading them twice was only forbidden to preserve the mystique of the tarot card's result. Emang tabu kalau diulang sih. However, that didn't mean that Kinzo didn't take tarot reading seriously. Kinzo's interpretation of tarot reading was done in a completely different way. That was to repeat the reading over and over, without giving up in the slightest, until he reached the result most favorable to him.
Itu kan harus reading aja. Apa?
Bro main game gacha terus bikin akun sampai dapet. The mark he set for this most favorable result would vary. But when he demanded the most favorable result, in a strictly literal sense, it was the same as a simple roulette of luck, where he seek an arithmetic miracle. However, Kinzo used miracles of numbers as the basis of his magical power, so this functioned perfectly well as a magical ritual. In other words, until the result he desired appeared perfect, he would strive to repeat the tarot reading over and over with conviction, turning the feelings of his heart into prayers, so that when they reached the heavens, they would be sublimated into result. This was Kinzo's personal magical interpretation. Therefore, even though Kinzo's tarot cards were no different from those generally used, the way in which they were used was completely different.
今宵は思い通りにならぬな。
Ginza stopped his hand for a second. He seemed not to be getting the result he wanted, young. On the contrary, bad cards that shouldn't show up so often appeared repeatedly and continued to interfere with the miracle Kinzo wished for.
そういうことなのか。
Kinzo seemed to have received some revelation that was different from normal. But judging by the unlucky cards scattered around his desk, it was difficult to imagine that the omen had been a good one. For a while, Kinzo closed his eyes tightly, pondering something. Then, as thunder roared, he made up his mind about something, took the telephone receiver and dialed.
わしだ。源氏はおるか。至急だ。
Genji Ambat die.
Genjinya lagi dari ini anjir, dari anak
Kan kagu. In front of the entrance hall, Shannon's once burning face had been cooled off by the frigid air. She had thought that George's proposal would surely come sooner or later. It wasn't as though she hadn't prepared herself mentally, and she had answered by nodding. Had she been reckless because of her youth? Should she have thought about her future more seriously? I wonder if my immediate reply made him think I'm a cheap girl. If I at least waited until tomorrow morning, would that at least have shown him I was taking this seriously? Now that she'd already received the ring from George, Shannon kept fidgeting in embarrassment. I should have done this, I should have done that. As she did, she heard the sound of footsteps splashing through puddles. Genji berlari. Shannon immediately chased away the emotions welling up inside of her.
源氏様、カノン君も。すみません。すぐに戻らなくて、
She grew stiff, thinking she'd surely be scolded for spending too much time in her secret nervous meeting with George.
シャン、親方様が至急書斎へ来るようにとの仰せだ。急ぐ。
はい、かしこまりました。一体何事なの？
不吉な予感がするってさ。自分で儀式を起こしておいて都合のいい話さ。
大田に気取られぬよう裏から入る。
Kok udah gak diajak anjir.
Kamu bukan homunculus, kamu nggak diajak.
姉さん注意して。姉さん
Dia kan gak
は
punya
賑
ini,
やかだから
gak punya crash. Kanon was especially good at hiding his footsteps, just like a cat. He was able to suddenly be there without anyone noticing and leave in the same way. Enak banget ya jadi killernya ya kalau kayak gitu ya. For example, even though he stepped in puddles, the sound he made far smaller than that of the rain hitting them. Holy shit. Genji also had abilities of that guy. Or rather, those servants called furniture were supposed to be like that. Just like how desks and closets go unnoticed by members of the family. Foreshadowing. These servants also held it as a great virtue to just suddenly be there whenever they were needed. Compared to that, Shannon's footsteps still strongly asserted themselves. She was also trying to hide her footsteps. But compared to Kanon and Genji, well, you could say she was a little more boisterous, thanks to her massive bedonkedok. Eventually, they reached the back door, and the three of them entered the mansion. Immediately they thought they felt something. It was different from a sense of smell, and it seemed to hit the depth of their nose. This hard-to-describe sensation, which you might call a sixth sense, allowed them to perceive that something was different than usual.
源氏様
Kinzo mati pertama ini.
急ぐぞ。
That sensation made it feel as though a tense something was pressing in around them. Realizing that, the three of them dashed up the stairs, heading for Kinzu's study while still hiding their footsteps. When they dashed up the stairs, that smell of sweet poison, particular to Kinzu's study, reached their nose.
いかがなさいましたか、源氏様。
結界が死んでいる。
Shindeiru. After hearing Kanon's words, she looked at the door of the study. A scorpion pattern was engraved on the doorknob. A powerful ward against magic. The final barrier which protected Kinzo himself. It had been broken. Of course, there was no change to the doorknob that the eye could see. However, those who could understand things people couldn't perceive were able to recognize that dramatic change had occurred. But no,
親方様、源氏でございます。ここをお開けください。
Genji called in this way after knocking several times, but there was no answer from the study.
シャノン、背中を守れ。カノン、室内を探れ。
はい。
Kanon put his ears against the door, searching for a presence inside the study. To protect the backs of the pair watching the door, Shannon faced the other way, ready for the unexpected.
親方様はいらっしゃられるはずです。
ご無事だということか。
いえ、静かが過ぎます。
まさか、
親方様、扉を失礼させていただきます。
Genji pulled a gold key out of his pocket. It was the only key to the study that existed other than the one Kinzo held. He stuck it to the keyhole and turned it heavily. At first glance, that seemed to prove that it was a sturdy lock. However, now that the barrier has been destroyed, this door might as well have been left open from the viewpoint of anyone with magical power. The heavy sound just now meant that the door had now been open even for humans.
失礼いたします。
Oh!
Yeah.
If Beatrice definitely said 18 humans.
No, Beatrice says a
Person, yeah.
Yeah.
Person, no, fuck. No. Never mind. Jauh banget kamu nyari, bos. As Genji respectfully bowed his head and Kanon's sense of tension grew tighter, and Shannon trembled, they entered the study. They immediately discovered Kinzo's figure. He was sitting on the reception sofa, so that his back faced them. Genji noticed the person sitting across from him, and again bowed deeply. Oh. Ada live Kanon reaction. Kanon also noticed that person. Beatrice telah datang. But he didn't bow his head. He stood in front of Shannon and spread out his arm, blocking the way to her. So without even seeing that person's face, Shannon already had a good idea who it was.
お越しでございましたか、ベアトリーチェ様。
源氏か。なかなかに早いな。やはり家具は主の呼びかけに素早く応える方が良い。こやつとは大違いだ。
ロノエ様もお越しでしたか。
Udah show him dia, udah show him.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Sobat kagu. Genji directed his greeting towards the thin darkness behind and to the right of Beatrice, where there shouldn't have been anything. Even Kanon and Shannon would never have imagined that someone was there. However, the darkness responded immediately and praised Genji's eyes.
相変わらずさすがです。だいぶの久しぶりになりますね。それにしても老けましたね。それだけの弱いを重ねましたか。
充実した日々を過ごしております。ロノエ様におかれましても、ますます充実されておりますようお見受けいたします。
ええ。おかげさまです。そしてシャノンも久しぶりですね。君は随分と美しくなった。そして随分と強くなったようですね。良いことです。
ありがとうございます。
姉さん、あいつは一体。
カノン君とは会うのは初めてになりますね。私はベアトリーチェ様の家具頭を任されております。源氏さんの古い馴染みですよ。あなたと同じに私も家具です。使える主は異なりますが。
The tense color didn't disappear from Kanon's face in the slightest. Depending on the master's furniture served, they might be kind of brutal or anything else. If this person claimed to be furniture serving the hated Beatrice, then he must be despicable as well.
わらわもすっかり嫌われたものだ。坊主憎ければ今朝までなんとかとはよく言ったものよ。
Beatrice openly sneered at Kanon's hate-filled face. Then Kanon finally realized. Beatrice and Kinzo were having a chess game across the reception table. But Kinzo hadn't even quivered. He was holding his head with both hands, his eyes closed tight as he contemplated his next move. Or was he in anguish? Are you winning,
親
son?
方様
How do you
わらわ
win
が金蔵に
in
伝えたのは
Umineko?
2つ。
By unlocking all the episode to episode 4, and then we go to the tea party of episode 4, and then we jump straight to the
Then we are winning. We definitely are
Umineko
winning.
answer
良い知らせと
Then we are
悪い
winning.
知らせだった。良い知らせは、儀式を終えずしてわらわと再会できる幸運を得たこ
Saikai!
と。悪い知らせは、金蔵が儀式の一番最初の生贄に選ばれてしまったことだ。こればかりはわらわにもどうしようもない。実に気まぐれにルーレットにて決めたのだから。
嘘をつけ。もてあそんで殺しているくせに。
よしてカノン君。
さて金蔵、そろそろ負けを認める気になったのか？これにてわらわとの長きにわたる勝負は決着だな。
At a glance, it was hard to make out the situation on the chaotic chessboard. However, judging by Kinzo's anguish and Beatrice's malicious confidence, it seemed to be over already. It's over.
是非もなし。これもまた一興か。
わらわもだ。そなたとの勝負に決着がつくことは万感の思いあれど、もはや恩衆を超える。楽しかったぞ。退屈しない数十年であった。
Beatrice advanced her queen and made her final move. And that decided it.
チェックメイト。これがわらわからそなたへの手向けだ。心置きなく眠れ。
ふふふふ。ふわははは。ははは。
Mati. Kinzo suddenly stood up and laughed, like an opera singer facing a full crowd and spreading his arms, as though he had succeeded in a century-long plan. Langsung. That laugh spat crimson. Crimson flames poured out from inside him, spitting even out of his mouth, ears, and nose, and all at once his body was wrapped in hellfire. But Kinzo kept laughing. The more he laughed, the more the hellfire spewed from his entire body and began to char him.
Ini cara mati dia
Terus-
nggak di episode 1 dong.
Yeah. Dipanggang. His flames became a brilliant light, which dazzlingly shone on the various magic tools throughout the room, making their distorted shadows dance across the wall. The shadows looked like the dead in hell, watching over Kinzo in ecstasy as he burned. And for one who had made a contract with the witch, it was an extremely fitting end. In accordance with those terms, after laughing and howling in the roaring flames for some time, Kinzo flopped to the ground as though he was a puppet whose string has been cut. Those incredible blazing flames disappeared as though he'd been completely burned up. And afterwards, nothing remained but a flickering hope that one could hardly bear to look at.
Mukoi.
お前が言うか。ふさわしい死に方だと思っているくせに。
なぜお前が姿を現している？僕たちに何か用だとでも言うのか？
よしてカノン君、ベアトリーチェ様を挑発してはダメ。
すっかり怯えさせてしまいましたね。
わらわはつくづくカノンとは仲良くなれぬようだ。
Untilting Mountain.
そう嫌いでもないというのにね。
Beatrice grinned. Kanon violently averted his gaze, obviously unhappy. His reaction was so different from what he wanted to do that it made the witch and her butler laugh.
カノン、ベアトリーチェ様の御前であるぞ。言葉遣いに気をつけなさい。
ああ、構わぬぞ源氏。好きに言わせてやれ。わらわは寛大である。
何が寛大だ。
わらわは死にゆく者にはいつだって寛大である。
Bentar lagi Kanon dong. Berarti Kanon Jessica, no. Kanon was taken back by that creepy laughter. Beatrice wasn't here just to take Kinzo's life. The first twilight required 6 sacrifices. Kinzo alone wasn't nearly enough. And they just casually walked in here. Bruh!
安心せよ、カノン。生贄に選ばれているからこそ、ここに呼ばれているんじゃないか。
なんだと。
Their instincts were good enough to spot her meaning instantly. 6 sacrifice was required for the first twilight. After Kinzo, how many more would you need to add up to 6? In this mansion, the number 5 instantly made them think of the numbers of servants here. Goda gak diajak?
それがお望みですか。
感謝せよ、家具どもよ。そなたたちの苦難の日々は、今宵ようやく終わりを迎えた。それを告げに訪れたわらわに感謝せよ。
かしこまりました。それをお望みでしたら。
源氏様。
Genji had agreed to the witch's heartless announcement with his usual demeanor without raising an eyebrow.
親方様亡き後は、ベアトリーチェ様が我らの主。その求めに応じるのが我らの最後の務め。シャノ、カノ、今日までよく使え。そのロークもこれにて終わりだ。
源氏はさすがですね。同じ家具としてあなたを誇りに思いますよ。
As a fellow furniture, I am proud.
異論はないか。
はい。
ジョージ様から指輪を贈られたそうだが、それでもなお未練はないか。
はい。家具の身に過ぎた幸福でした。指輪を頂戴しただけで、私の思いはすでに達せられております。
Shannon couldn't take quite as much a philosophical view as Genji. There probably were regrets left in her heart. She probably wanted to spend a little more warm time with the person she cared for, George. But she released herself from that. She took a single deep breath and a blank expression rose to her face.
それでよい。
シャノンがそこまでの落ち着きを得るとは、 少し驚きでした。あなたも家具として達観したようですね。
惚れた男と夜も共にできず、少しは悔し涙をこぼさんのか。退屈な女よ。
ベアトリーチェ様ごときにこの気持ちはわかりません。
No way.
私たちの命をご所望でしたらどうぞお受け取りください。私たちは謹んでそのお務めを全うします。
それでいい。よくぞ言ったな。
ベアトリーチェ様の苦手なタイプのようで。
最近こやつめはだいぶ達観しよった。どうも前回いじめすぎたようだ。それを言ったらバトラもか。わらわはまだぬるいのか、それとも追い詰め方が下手なのか。いずれにせよ面白みのないやつよ。しかしお前はまだわらわを楽しませてくれそうだよな、カノン。
カノン君。
Saya akan lawan, kata Kanon. Compared to the two who had taken a far-sighted approach, there was a painful anguish on Kanon's face. Kanon was still far too young to accept his demise after being told of it by a sudden appearing witch.
カノン、わらわは退屈を何より嫌う。そしてお前を除く二人が素直に死を受け入れるもので面白くない。だからそなたにはわらわの期待を裏切らないでもらいたいものだ。
僕を慰み者にしようというのか。
Kanon realized that he was being provoked. However, no matter how furiously anger spurred him on, his opponent was a witch. He was a furniture. He hadn't had a chance of victory from the beginning. But the witch was expecting that he would struggle in vain and writhe around, and was even looking forward to it. Just thinking about that was frustrating enough to get his blood boiling. Was disappointing the witch by refusing to resist, like the other two, the only way he could strike back at her?
煉獄の七姉妹が長女ルシファー、イデヨ。
イデヨ。
傲慢のルシファー、ここに。
カノン、家具に魔女と戦えというのも酷な話よ。そなたがいくら怒りに駆られようとも、勝算のない戦いでは希望も持てまい。無論勝ち目のない戦いではわらわも退屈というものならば、家具は家具家具同士で決着をつけてはどうか。
恐れながらベアトリーチェ様、私がそのような出来損ないの家具に劣るようなことがありましょうか。こんな可愛い子に私が万一にも負けるようなことなど。
我が家具煉獄の七杭を打ち破ってみせよ。見事打ち破ってみせたなら、そうだな。13人の生贄を逃れることのできる5人をそなたに自由に決めさせてやる。そなたの推薦する5人をわらわは無条件にて黄金鏡に迎え入れる。それならばどうか。
Kanon understood that he was being provoked. However, the witch's offer was very tempting. By that point, Kanon couldn't care less about this evil ceremony the witch and the rest were trying to carry out. On the contrary, it was much more important that he remains alive so that he could be invited to the Golden Lamb and have his wish granted by Beatrice there.
そなたは家具は嫌だと泣いたな。そなたの望み叶えてやろうぞ。枕を濡らしてまで望んだ人間の体を与えてやろうぞ。どうだ？そうすればジェシカとも結ばれるぞ。おお、ちょうどよい。黄金鏡へ招ける5人にジェシカとそなたを推薦すればよい。自分だけが幸せになることに抵抗があるならば、さらにシャノンとその思い人であるジョージを加えればよい。義理があるならばさらに源氏も加えればよい。おお、これで5人だ。十分ではないかカノン。これだけのご褒美があればそなたはわらわを退屈させはしないよな。
ご褒美。
どうせ戯れよ。耳を貸す必要はない。
僕は嫌だ。姉さんはそれでいいの？
Beatrice couldn't hide her evil smile at those words.
僕は嫌だ。幸せになりたい。家具なんてもう嫌だ。人間になって普通の恋がしたい。僕も姉さんのように海が青いってことを知りたいんだ。
若いですね。羨ましい。
だから若者は好きなのだ。源氏、シャノンは下がれ。カノン、ルシファーは前へ。仰せのままに。
仰せのままに。
Kanan can be smart, you know. Oh, I challenge you, but not in combat, in battle of chess.
In chess. Like he understands the game of chess, anjir.
気に入らないわ。
In a game that he knows, then I don't know.
I challenge you to a rose garden competition.
Yeah.
私にだったら勝てるかもしれないという見下しが最高に気に入らないわ。
That was probably humiliating for Lucifer. But at the same time, she was also happy that she was lucky enough to have this adorable prey all to herself.
恋、魔女の家具、いつまでも僕を見くびることができると思うな。
Muncul Wing Saber lagi kayak kemarin.
Ya. Apa tuh artinya? Woi, ke pushback, jir.
さあバトラー、楽しい見せ物の時間であるぞ。
くそ、またおかしなことになりやがった。魔法バトルなんて認めてたまるかよ。
魔法バトル。
ほらほら、目をつむらずにちゃんと見ろよ。ほらほら、魔法だよ。家具だよ。
家具だよ。
ほらほら、ほらほらほらほら。こうして目の前でブオンブオンカキンカキンやられちゃ台無しだよな。ほらほら、ほらほら。
Teori kita yang dulu nggak bisa jalanin, cause battle is seeing it right now.
You know,
Apa.
this doesn't make sense.
Ya, dulu kita bisa deny ini karena kita bilangnya, someone else is narrating it like that.
Here's the thing. Beatrice only shows what convenient, okay? You know, there's still a lingering mystery on. Oh, waktu itu di episode 2 si Kinzo manggil Shannon sama Genji karena dia mau ngebuat will. Sampai sekarang nggak pernah digubris itu will jadinya gimana.
Will-nya apa?
Ya, terus also same with the fucking church scene yang jelas-jelas ada siapa ibunya Maria, ada Rosa. Terus rasanya tiba-tiba bangun, udah dia gak mati, dia bangun di kamar sendiri, terus dia gak ingat apa-apa soal di church tuh ya. What the fuck do you mean? Explain to me, halo.
The explanation is magic is real.
もう思考なんて止めちまえよ。魔法はあるんだって。
No,
これは
魔法は
ファンタジー
あるん
なんだっ
だって
て。目を閉じるなよ。しっかり見ろよ。ほらほらほらほらほら。
畜生。
This is the song that plays when a fantastical thing is happening.
魔女を認めない。魔法を認めない。でも、
Because it fits the
こ
fight.
んなにあからさまにやられちまったら、なんだっていやいいんだ。くそくそくそくそ。
ほら、目を背けるなよ。
I
し
only
っ
accept
かり見
this
ろよ。
if actually the 18 people is in the same room and magic is actually happening. Okay. I only accept that. I'm better. I will say.
魔法はあるんだよ。
Condition
ファンタジーなんだよ。推理ごっことかやめちまえよ。
Apa kondisi apa?
Dulu episode 2 kita bilang, oh kita sebagai butler nggak ada di sini. Ini direkayasa
ya,
apa?
tapi still on this effect, Butler sampai sekarang nggak ada di ruangan ini. Dia cuma sebagai observer,
but he is seeing it right now.
Bukan Butler fisikal, Oke.
Benar tuh kata pelangnya. Keep moving the goalpost. Yo.
ものを考えるの本当は苦手なんだろう。やめちまえやめちまえ。ほらほら、どうせファンタジー、どうせファンタジー。
うるせえうるせえうるせえ。俺に話しかけるんじゃね
よし。
こいつ意地になっちゃって、私になら勝てるなんて思い上がりをしたことを今すぐ床に這いつくばって謝ってごらんなさい。そうしたら特別に許してあげてもいいわよ。生きながら生皮を剥がして絶命するまで全身を鞭打ってのたうち回らすのを特別に許してあげてもいいわよ。可愛い子なんだから謝っちゃいなさいよ。そうしたらあなただけは最高に素敵な気分の中で優しく優しく生かせてあげる。
黙れ、魔女の家具。お前と問答するつもりはない。
私なんか眼中にないというのね。気に入らないわ。イフを本当に気に入らないわ。
カノン君。
早くサタンの時よりも筋がいいではないか。
だから人間は恐ろしいのです。たまに魔女にまでなり悪魔を羊扱いにしたりいたしますよ。
わらわはどちらを応援すればよいというのか。こいつ私と互角に渡り合うというの。
僕を見くびるな。お前にそのおごりがある限り僕には決して勝てない。
私がこの煉獄の7姉妹が長女ルシファーを指して決して勝てないと。こんな思い上がりが。
You know, I would be more surprised if this is like a full animated cutscene at this point. Okay?
to the animation.
And you know what? Just rip the scene from anime. I'm pretty sure
From
this
the
is
anime.
animated in the anime, right? Right.
Kanon was desperately trying to stay alive, and he had a strong desire to become human. Lucifer didn't feel anything stronger than a slight desire to play. So, that led to an inevitable result. It was a result that could be reached by the power of humans. The power of the heart.
これまでだ。お前は僕に決して勝てない。
The glowing red curve extended straight out from Kanon's arm.
What? Kanon actually win and then the
Kanon
game
menang
ended
aja.
and then Kanon just choose, oh, I will choose me, Shannon, Jessica, Goda, and
Open Goda diajak aja,
George,
Genji,
Goda,
Cok.
Genji.
Pointing at Lucy. Masalahnya ya, tadi si Beatrice bilang, defeat the seven sister.
Nah.
Baru satu, Jir. Beneath the tip of its chin.
何よこれ。この私がこんなの。何かの間違いよ。
As she ground her teeth in irritation, she tried to deny the truth right before her eyes. No matter how much she believed in her own superiority, it didn't change the fact right in front of her.
ほう。見事だ。わらわを退屈させなかった。それに比べ、わらわの家具のなんと情けないことか。
情けない女。
ルシファー、お嬢様を退屈させていますよ。やはりあなたには荷が勝ちすぎた相手でしたか？
失望するぞ、七食いの長女。
It would have seemed like a mere rebuke to an outsider. However, furniture serving the witch knew what kind of severe treatment was promised by that rebuke, and understood what had been left unsaid.
この出来損ない家具が！
She howled. Abandoning her last bit of pride, she made her body explode, exposing her true form. Di PS2. That fall was a demon's stake, which bounced off the walls surrounding the room.
よくも私にここまで恥をかかせたな！殺せ！殺す！殺せ！殺せ！このぬるまが！私の姿をもはや追うこともできないくせに！もう遊ばないよ！本気で怒ったわよ！お前の心臓を一撃で貫いてやるよ！ぶっすりざっくり貫いて真っ赤な血の噴水を天井にまで届かせてやるよ！死ねー！
カノン君。
He ain't winning the shit out. After flying about wildly for some time, with a speed approaching the limits of what a human eye could follow, Lucifer flew at Kanon's heart. She could tell that it was Kanon's blood by the sweet taste of it. But she quickly noticed one thing. She hadn't pierced his heart.
これだから人間は恐ろしい。紅茶はいかがですかな？
今はよい。紅茶もいらぬほどに面白い。
カノン君。
おごったな。だからお前は僕に勝てないんだ。
The floor was stained with dripping blood. It really was Kanon's blood. But it wasn't flowing out of his chest. Di-block pakai tangannya, yeah. Kanon had sacrificed his own left hand to protect his heart. Lucifer was arrogant. Even though she'd been given enough time to realize that this was an opponent capable of cornering her. In her pride, she had believed him to be worthless. She had gotten careless. So just as she had announced, she had aimed for his chest, trying to pierce his heart. Because she was arrogant, she hadn't even thought of aiming for somewhere other than the place she had announced. No, maybe she thought about it a little. However, her pride would not allow her to aim for a different spot. After all, she was Lucifer of Pride. Kanon, withstanding the pain, grasped the demon stake, sticking deep into his left hand strongly with his right hand, and pulled it out. When she heard the sound of breaking bones and even more blood dripping down, Shannon looked away reflexively. There was an air hole in the back of the pierced hand so big you could clearly see through the other side. Kanon's face was filled with pain. But right now, he had won without a doubt. The demon stake he was gripping with his right hand turned back into Lucifer again, so that Kanon was now gripping exactly where her neck was. Nangis anjing. Kanon didn't hold back at all, and with the hand gripping Lucifer's throat, she had challenged him again after their fight had already been decided. Kanon had no obligation to be considerate. But even so, Kanon released the witch's furniture. Was it his naive humanism, his pity for another furniture, or a final bit of respect to the witch? In any case, when she was released, Lucifer fell face down on the ground, retching and moaning over the pain in her throat.
お見事ですよ、カーノン。あなたの奮闘により、金蔵の研究の正しさが一つ実証されました。
Ronofe was clapping his hand. To Kanon, who had won at a great cost and had a wound on his left hand that wouldn't close, Ronofe applause only felt like mockery.
人の心はあらゆる可能性を秘めるか。いやはやこれだから人間は恐ろしい。あっぱれであるぞカノン。そなたは勝利した。見事だ。
大丈夫カノン君。
Shannon ran up to him and wrapped a handkerchief around his left hand, which was still spraying blood.
見事であるぞカノン。実に見事である。わらわも少しは番狂わせを期待した。それを裏切らぬとは、そなたは誠に素晴らしき家具であるぞ。見直した。正直見直したぞ。
いや、約束を忘れてはいないだろうな。ベアトリーチェ。
Malas bikin Sprite gitu.
もちろん忘れてはおらぬ。魔女も悪魔も非道ではある。だがしかし契約に限っては人間など及ばぬほどに高潔だ。わらわは保護にはせぬ。そなたが勝利したなら13人の生贄を逃れることができる5人を自由に決める権利を保証した。
ベアトリーチェ様、私はまだ敗れたわけでは。
When Beatrice waved her pipe, heaven and earth turned over just for Lucifer. So as horribly natural shot, she fell into the ceiling. Bruh, the ceiling doesn't seem that high to people standing on the floor. However, people who fall on it upside down and head first usually don't agree.
お嬢様、さすがにやりすぎでは。
それもそうであるな。許してやるか。
Beatrice waved her pipe again. When she did, the magic had been affecting Lucifer was released, terus dia jatuh lagi dari atas ke bawah. So, as a horribly natural result, this time she fell properly back onto the floor. Production value di situ, bro.
ベアトリーチェ様、お許しを。
何を怯えておるか。わらはもはや許したぞ。さてカノン、続けようではないか。
何をだ、まさか彼女にとどめを刺せとでも言うつもりなのか。
ああ、違う違う、まだ終わっちゃいないだろうが。
何をだ、はぐらかすな。
わらわは確かにそなたと約束したぞ。わらわの家具、煉獄の七杭を打ち破ったならとな。さあさあおいでなさい、煉獄の七杭。不甲斐なき長女の6人の妹たち。
Bener kan? The air split with shrill laughter, and as a golden splash scattered about, the remaining 6 sisters of Purgatory showed themselves. All the 7 sisters of Purgatory were here, after Kanon was able to defeat one only by sacrificing his left arm. By now, Kanon regretted his thoughtlessness in accepting the witch's challenge. He had been foolish to assume that a game against a witch would be on an even footing. The Himeka test.
せー、お姉様、どうして床に這いつくばってるの？お前たち。だからお姉様はダメなのよ。長女を偉そうに名乗るくせに上っ面だけなのよ。
まったくルシファーお姉様一人の集体が私たちへの評価を下げるのよ。
Best game ever.
恥を知りなさいな、この未熟者が。
カロンくん、すごいすごい。
Singay.
いい気にならないことよ。ルシファーお姉様なんて威張ってるだけで姉妹の子じゃ大したことないんだから。
だからルシファー姉は何もしなくていいといつも言っている。お姉様は威張ってだけいればいい。荒事はすべて優秀な私たちで片付けるのだから。
お姉様、どうする？私たちはお姉様のプライドを尊重、そのボロボロの体で再び挑むのを期待して手出しをしないつもりなんだけれど。でもカノン君は強いわよね。
お前たち。やれやれ、いつも賑やかな姉妹たちであるな。今は仲違いをしている場合か。そなたらは7人揃ってこその煉獄の7姉妹であろうが、仲良くしてわらわの仕事を遂行せよ。迅速にな。
ねえ、ルシファーお姉様。
Aku pipis dulu.
Oke. Best game ever.
god. In bed. Gau.
言ってよ。
Nggak balik kan gue?
Udah.
お姉様の口から助けを求める言葉が聞きたいの。私をこれ以上苦労する気か。愚かでひ弱で見苦しくて情けない。この長女のルシファーをどうか妹の皆様お助けくださいってねえ、聞かせてよ。それを聞かせてくれたら助けてあげる。それでいいわよね、みんな。お前たちおのれ
You bitch! The seven sisters of Purgatory unanimously closed in on their mortal sister, abusing her. Even Kanon, who had been fighting for his life until a second ago, couldn't bear to look at it.
私がそのようなことを口にできるものか。
早くせよ。どうせお前一人では拉致が開かぬわ。早く七姉妹にてカノンを撃て。
そら、どうしましたかルシファー。お嬢様の命令ですよ。
ひどい。
After grinding her teeth over and over after hearing her sister's curses, Lucifer trembled all over and answered her sister's request.
愚かでひ弱で見苦しく情けない。情けないこの長女ルシファーをどうか。
Nice! The girl known as Pride was finally unable to endure the words she was saying and broke down crying. However, the sixth younger sister kept giggling
Kanon, this is
cold-heartedly.
your chance, okay? Ini ya,
Strike them.
strike them.
Aku tuh tadi mikirnya gini, oh oke, Pride-nya kan nggak mau tuh bilang beg your sister to help, terus pengen merasa dia lebih kuat daripada sisternya dia.
Terus malah bantuin
take
Kanon ngelawan.
Iya, side 2 lawan 6 gitu, lebih seru gitu ya.
まだ言い切ってない。
もう十分だろう。さあ姉妹たち、我らの力を見せてやろう。
私は全部聞かなきゃ満足しないわよ。ほらほらお姉様、続けてよ。もう十分よ。さあ、この屈辱は姉妹全員の屈辱。生かして返しはしないわよ。さて、哀れな家具をどのように遊んでやろうかしら。素敵な提案はある？ベルゼは仲良く7人でカノン君を分けっこしたらいいと思います。
良い提案だな。それでなら姉妹でみんな仲良しだ。
なら私頭部ね。手足はあんたらにあげるわ。やだやだ、私が頭なの。そんな約束意味があるわけないでしょ。早い者勝ちに決まってるわ。どんな殺され方がいいかカノン君の提案があったら教えてね。7姉妹でとびっきりの殺し方をしてあげる。くそ。
Ini tuh bisa persuasion check dong. How about you guys try to beat each other and the one who wins will decide what part of my body that is it.
ここまで恥をかかせたんだもの。八つ咲きでも足りない。百咲きにしてくれる。行くよお前たち。
The 7 of them burst at once. They had no intention of playing or boasting. This time, they would genuinely follow their master's order. Take Canon down swiftly. The 7 sisters jumped around the room faster than the eye could see, examining how they could best kill Canon. They tortured Canon with their cruel giggles, sometimes making a close pass at him. They kept scraping his arm, shoulders, and cheek, gradually carving red letters into his body. At that moment, Shannon dashed up behind him, holding on to him so that she blocked the way to his body at least a little. Oh yeah. At the same time, a red cylinder wrapped around the two of them like a beam of light sent from heaven. The cylinder repelled the evil ones who tormented Canon.
何？ずるい！あんたは関係ないでしょ？
きっとこれはあれよ。私たちと一緒に遊びたいのよ。
なら私がもらうわ。いっただき！ベアトリーチェ様、シャノンを私たちの獲物にしても？ああ、構わんぞ、好きにしろ。お前たちの悪食にはカノン一人では足らなかろうしな。
ありがたき幸せ。さあ、シャシャリ出てきたことを後悔させてやろう。
どっちがどっちかわからないくらいの肉片にして、混ぜて混ぜてミンチにしてハンバーグにしてあげる。
バカね。それよりあの結界を破る方が先。食い意地より先に仕事しなさい。
はい、お姉さん。
As a horribly natural first action, the 7 sisters began to destroy the barrier Shannon had created. Shannon's barrier certainly was strong. It was powerful enough to impress even Beatrice. With its strength, frail furniture would turn to dust just by touching it. And it was firm, like a tree with deep roots. But no matter how big a tree gets, it will eventually surrender to a saw or a hatchet. For the 7 sisters, chopping down Shannon's barrier would be annoying, but not impossible. A sound like beetles jumping about grew even fiercer and filled the room. The red barrier began to be cut up and eroded away as though with a hatchet, a saw, no, a chainsaw by now. Epilepsy!
愚かな。君の結界ではその子たちを防ぎきれないことは知っていたでしょうに。なぜ？
見過ごせないからです。
As Shannon comforted Canon, who was already at his limit, sprawled on the floor, she spoke back, resolutely.
シャシャリでなければ眠るような死を与えてやったのに、なぜわざわざ7姉妹の前に身をさらすのか。死は同じではないぞ。苛烈な死は死してなお苛むぞ。
どうぞ、お好きなように。あなたがしたいことを好きにするように、私もしたいことを好きにしたまでです。
どうにもそなたはこのところ面白みに欠けるな。恋というやつは達するかどうかのあたりが一番面白い。達してしまった後の女はさながら産卵を終えた鮭のごとしく、そなたにはもう飽きた。
ありがとう。魔女から聞ける言葉で最も嬉しい言葉です。
ならせめて最後にわらわを思いっきり喜ばせる死に方をしてみせろよ。七姉妹よ、聞こえたな。シャノンの殺し方、お前たちの残虐の限りを見せてみよ。
シャノン。
申し訳ございません。やはり私には源氏様の高みには至れませんでした。
姉さんはバカだ。僕なんか放っておけば姉さんまでひどい目に遭うことは。
ううん、いいの。ジョージ様に指輪をもらって女として生きられたあなたをかばって姉として生きられた私の生は全てこれで未練なく全うした。
イライラするぜ。その達観が本当にイラつくぜ。だから家具なんだよ。お前からは人間の匂いがしねえんだよ。わらわを見ろよ。わらわこそ人間だろうが。家具のくせにわらわよりも完成されたかのような、達観したかのようなことを言うんじゃねえ。
醜い。その未練が
How
あなたの
ugly.
正体なの。
未練じゃねえ。それが生きるってもんだ。指輪もらったから死んでもいいとか。理解できねえ。さっぱりがっかり愕然呆然、全然ダメだぜ。
ダメだぜ。
It's time for Genji to
お
go
嬢様
to join in the
少し
combat.
品がないかと。
うるさいわ家具が。シャノン、楽に死なせてもらえると思うなよ。舌を噛むなら今のうちだ。
哀れね。もしも私の目にあなたのその姿が映って己が醜さにおののくといい。
安心しろよ。てめえはそれよりさらにめちゃくちゃぐちゃぐちゃに生きながら醜く潰してやるからよ。
Kena rage bait. Woi,
No
woi,
way.
dia datang.
No.
Admin telah datang. At the time, Genji softly entered the red barrier. Perhaps that barrier didn't block those without ill intent. Then, Genji gently held behind and covered her eyes with his right hand.
源氏様、
十分だ。先に休みなさい。
はい、ありがとうございます、源氏様。
After that, Genji softly pressed his left hand near her collarbone. As he did, emanating from that area, a crimson stain gently spread out.
Like Genji, what the fuck? What do you mean? I thought Genji is going to fucking enter the combat. What the fuck?
Yeah, I thought we're fighting, guys. When Genji removed his hand, bright red, fresh blood oozed out of there. It only happened for the first instant, and it was shaped like a crimson rose. And when he removed his right hand covering her face, there was a peaceful expression there, as though she was sleeping. Then she fell softly, silently, and slept. Her soul had already been sent to a world where the malicious witch and her furniture could not reach her. No matter how evilly they tortured her. This scene left Beatrice and the seven sisters stunned.
What an
Only
outstanding
knowing for it,
maneuver.
what a mysterious smile. di NTR ya, di Kill Steal ya. Then Genji leaned over Kanon, who was crouching on the floor.
よく頑張った。お前ももう休むといい。
はい、ありがとうございます。ケンジ様。
Just as he had done with Shannon, he softly covered Kanon's eyes with his hand. Then gently pressed the area around Kanon's collarbone with his other hand. And when his hand was removed, with the lightness of a feather, there was Crimson Rose there. Anjir, keren banget bunuhnya anjir. But that rose shape quickly turned into the stain of bright red blood pouring out.
何よそれ。
つまらぬやつ。生命の風船は針にてつき、威勢よく割るから面白いのだろうが。
見事です、源氏。それでこそ家具です。
ありがとうございます。それではベアトリーチェ様、ロノウェ様、これをもって私の最後のお務めとし、おいとまをさせていただきます。
Apa dia juga mesoin diri sendiri? What the?
わらわの楽しみを勝手に奪いおって。
I mean,
こ
at
の
least
二人をぎっ
si
ちゃぎたのぐっ
Beatrice juga
ちゃぐちゃにしたかった
senang-senang
分。
malah ke rage bait ya.
そなたがそれを変わるのであろうな。
Beatrice faced him with an unsatisfied expression. But Ronove spoke quietly to Genji with a soothing smile.
ご苦労でした。あなたは私の最高のしもべです。これまでの労をねぎらうに値する安らかな眠りをあなたへの最後の褒美として取らせましょう。
Bro, anjir bro. Bro Nove. When Ronove snapped his fingers, Genji slumped to the floor like a puppet with its string cut. Suddenly, and yet gently, he crumpled, falling into a sleep that no witch could call him back from. It was as filled with kindness as the sleep he had given Shannon and Kanon. Oh yeah, Bro Nove.
なんだよ、ロノウェイ。拍子抜けでつまらぬぞ。
お嬢様は偉大なる大魔女ではございませんか。この程度気に留めるほどにもございませんよ。シャノンごときの挑発で頭に血を上らせるなどらしくもない。
What was it that had Beatrice so irritated? Was she still unable to remove the tone of Shannon's words? Ronove laughed lightly, as though lamenting the complexity of humanity and a woman's heart, and ordered the 7 sisters to go. After all, there were still 2 sacrifices left for the first twilight. 7 sisters disappeared in ecstasy.
Nah terus
Anjay.
tiba-tiba Ronovenya bangunin Genji lagi. Terus,
Genji udah selesai bangun yuk.
ya, real.
Di rage bait biar Beatrice. Mungkin ada saatnya nanti skillmu sangat membantu kita, Po, kalau kita melawan Beatrice. Wait for it. Your time to shine will come. Goda was doing the nighttime round. Rokenjima had always been empty, except for the Ushiromiya family household. So, checking that the doors and windows were all closed had no real purpose. Pura-pura kerja anjir. However, ever since the time Natsumi had condemned such an attitude as being careless, The nighttime round had become part of the servants' daily routine. In the first place, Natsuhi had ordered this because of the occasional witch disturbance. Everyone who came and left this island knew about the legend of the witch. Legend of Beatrice, the witch of the forest. It had become established as this island's characteristic ghost story. Because of that, it was only natural that some people would claim that when they thought they were alone in the mansion, they would hear a strange sound or see the shadow of a person. However, when that created a little too much of a disturbance and reached Natsuhi's ears, she made a fuss thinking that some suspicious person might have been entering and leaving. Apparently, she had roused all the servants and had them checked throughout the mansion. Because of all the panic over the witch had happened before Goda's arrival, he had only heard about it from the more senior servants. Ghost stories like that could be found in any workplace, well, not my workplace. Even at the hotels and restaurants Goda had worked at, there had been plenty of them. So, when he heard about that story on this island, he given a faux smile, thinking, so they have that kind of thing here after all. That forced smile aside, he had figured that when in Rome, do as the Romans do, and had taken it seriously. Goda went along with it on the outside, but in his heart, he'd assumed it to be a childish trick. At first, that is.
これは確かに不気味ですね。なるほど。過去の使用人たちがいろいろと騒ぎたくなる気持ちもわかるものです。
He could understand how someone doing the rounds on an eerie night like this might believe they'd seen a ghost if they saw a lace curtain waving in the breeze from a window that hadn't been closed.
肖像画の魔女をバカにするとたたりがある。
Langsung mati dia di sini.
大怪我をして辞めた使用人もいるらしいし、怪我は勘弁だな。俺もこの年だ。二度とこんな厚遇の職場には恵まれねえだろうよ。なあ、肖像画の魔女様、真面目に働きますんで、一つ恩分に頼みます。
I want peace!
Sumur.
Guna prayed to the portrait, his hands together as though he was at the Shinto shrine. Yeah. At the time, he thought he heard a sound. The kitchen? Is that the sound of something metal falling on the floor? Maybe a mouse or a cockroach had come out and knocked over some of the dishes. No, how could that be? It was usually cleaned thoroughly. Thinking he'd check out what that noise really had been, Koda entered the kitchen. He turned on the kitchen light. When he did, he heard a strange sound. Clank,
Clang, 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 clang.
Clankers! Oh, Anjir, I'm not gonna narrate Clank 7 times. I'm gonna narrate Clank. To a cook like Goda, the sound felt like the lid on a pressure cooker or something shaking. Surely there wouldn't be a pot on the burner when no one was in the kitchen. Even if someone was using the gas, walking away from it would be quite dangerous. Oh. Hilang pulpo.
Bentar, sabar. Udah.
Daijaba. Just in case, Goda decided to inspect the area around the gas range. When he did, in the corner with the gas range, the pressure cooker had already been set out, just as he thought. But the flame wasn't on, and yet the lid was clanking. Was something fermenting and leaking gas? How could that be? Then, was there a mouse or something inside? How could that be? Ridiculous. When people were watching, Goda acted as though he had a bold personality fitting for his build. But he actually had an unexpectedly timid side to him. He was frightened that there might be something inside, and he couldn't bring himself to check it carelessly. In his cowardice, he grabbed a nearby wooden pestle, and with a clunk, he tapped it a little forcefully against the side of the pressure cooker. When he did, the clanking sound suddenly stopped. He should have been relieved that it had stopped. But the fact that it had stopped when he hit it was even more eerie, and made him even more suspicious about what was inside. Mysterious phenomena do not exist in this world.
そんな魔女も魔法もそんなもの存在するわけがない。すべての現象は科学的に説明できるんです。お化けも魔女もいてたまるもんですか。
He repeated that many times, trying to build up his own confidence. The gap between what he was saying and what he was doing was quite comical.
何が魔女だ。何が魔法だ。たたりだ。そら。正体を見せてみろ。そら。
He removed the lid of the pressure cooker, and lying exposed there
A hat.
was the sparkling clean silver bottom of the pot. There was absolutely nothing frightening like he'd imagined.
そりゃ当然です。中に何もいるわけがない。
But by now, Goda realized that he had been a coward. So, while he still had some doubts as to what had caused the lid to make that sound, he figured it wasn't a big problem, and decided not to worry about it too much. Then he took the lid he'd grabbed and softly set it back down where it had been. It's fine. It won't make a sound. Of course it won't. There's nothing in it. As if witches or magic exist. Clang. Clang, 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 clang. Clang, 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 clang. All of the pots and dishes in the kitchen started clanking at once. It grew even stronger, so that finally the lid to one of the pots fell off. And from the inside of the pot, a slender white arm reached out. Lids fell off the other pots one after another. And another, and another.
魔女なんかいるもんか。信じるもんか。
When the numbers of arms grew to 7, a loud shrill laughter split the air.
がっかり。これほどの美味しいお料理を作れる人がこんな小物なんて本当にがっかり。あんたいらないんなら私がもらうわ。いっただき。ちょっとダメだってば。私がもらうんだから。
What could be a weapon that can ricochet back in 1986?
Okay, the ricochet thing is bullshit. Okay, if the ricochet thing is real, then we already have found a room with what the fuck is that mark on the wall, on the floor, and on the ceiling? Okay, Bre? It's bullshit. Okay.
I'm thinking it's drone.
Dan outfit Kumasawa ini tiba-tiba keluar pakai Miko outfit terus siap ngebenis mereka semua ya.
Ya Rafael aja. She isn't in the mansion. What about the guest house? First one wins. First one. Mountain search. So Gosho Nokia. Search. Find her. Don't be noticed by the relatives in the dining hall, right? Don't get noticed by the kids in the guest house, right? Search in silence, kill in silence. After all, it's still just the first twilight. She isn't in the guest house. But she wasn't in a mansion either. She was in a temple. Hey, I found her. She's in the rose garden. Beneran nih, nanti keluar nih Miko outfitnya keluar. Why is she standing around there without an umbrella? She's already given up. All mine, and all mine. You blockheads can just sit there and watch. Told you, no? This one is mine. Come on, if we take any longer, we'll be scolded by Beatrice. Let's take care of it all at once. Right? There, found her, surrounded her. Come on, let's get along and do it all at once, okay? Yeah. Whoa.
Ya.
Beneran.
Hujannya langsung hilang ya. What the fuck do you mean?
Wah, ada hujan lagi.
何よこれ。
やんちゃなお嬢さんたちだこと。あの子のお友達かしら。
何こいつ。ババアのくせに。何かの
Oh,
間
ada
違いよ。
dia sama Maria, dia sama Maria.
もう一度。
Anjay. Hilang lagi hujannya.
こいつ、どうして私たちを防げるの？
どいて。もう一度よ。
何度やっても無駄だ。この誤人、できる。
私はあの子を待っているのです。どうか呼んできてはくれませんか？
そのようなデッチ暴行、私たちがすると思う？
その必要はない。
ベアトリーチェ様。
私が権限するほどでございます。必ずやお目覚めと思いました。
What do you mean?
ロノウェイ、久しぶりですね。本当に久しぶり
What
で
is
す。
happening?
こいつ、ロノウェ様を呼びつけに。
Oh iya, Genji aja ngomong ke Ronoe pakai Ronoe sama anjir.
そしてあなたもお久しぶりですね、ベアトリーチェ。
ベアトリーチェ。
ベアトリーチェ様までも呼びつけに。
よい。そのお方をどなたと心得るか。
Ini guru gue gitu.
そもそもそのお方は。
Oh my.
Aku bener, I was
no.
わらわはそれを受け継いだに過ぎぬ。
My theory.
そのお方こそはわらわの師匠、
仙台ベアトリーチェ教だ。
My theory.
仙台ベアトリーチェ教。
Gold butterflies appeared in ones and twos from the Garden of Roses and began to gather around Kumasawa. Then, after she was wrapped in golden sparkle, she burst and disappeared, and Kumasawa's form was no longer there.
I refuse to believe this. I refuse to believe this.
Cinema! My theory was right, Paul. My theory was right. And there was another golden witch. The one who once taught the path of endless witch to Beatrice. And the only person Beatrice ever called teacher. Her hair was long, beautiful and vividly youthful. And her figure, that elegant dress, couldn't possibly have been mistaken for an old lady. No, this looked like a completely different person from Kumasawa.
これはお師匠様。再びお会いできる日が訪れるとは夢にも思いま。
私もですよ。よもやまた眠りを妨げられるとは夢にも思いませんでした。
まったく厄介なところでお目覚めになられる。
厄介な。
いつもの通りお休みであられたなら、第一の晩を何も手こずることなく終えられるのに。いや、むしろ歓迎すべきですかな。少々退屈しておりましたところで。
相変わらず悪趣味な遊びで罪もない人々をもてあそんでいるようですね。無限の魔女の力は決して人に迷惑をかけることに使ってはならないと何度も教えたはずですよ。
そう言うなよ、お師匠様。退屈は私たちの天敵じゃありませんか。それから逃れるためのちょっとしたスパイスに過ぎませんよ。侵食が進めば進むほどにわらわの力は強くなり、しかしそれは同時にお師匠様の封印を解くことにもつながったとはな。
それを予見していたからこそ、私はこうしてあなたのすぐ近くで眠りについたのですよ。願わくば二度と起こされぬことを夢見ながら。こうしてあなたと再会してしまったのは私にとってはとても悲しいことです。
相変わらずお師匠様は食えないな。
炉の上、家具の子たちを下げなさい。家具は主に仕えるだけです。すべての罪は主が背負います。
かしこまりました。
Apa mau bet lagi ya?
その名はもうその子に譲りました。さあ下がりなさい、家具の娘たち。私は一度聞かぬとしても二度言います。しかし三度目は口にしませんよ。
下がりなさい。煉獄の七姉妹、巻き添いになれば塵と化しますよ。
下がれみんな。
Runofe and the Seven Sisters of Purgatory retreat. After that, what remained was the Beatrice whose daring expression didn't falter, and the teacher Beatrice who had given up that name and wore a composed smile.
さーて、お師匠様、久しぶりの再会にはどんなお茶のご用意がよいかな。
そうですね。ほうき星の訪れよりも久しい再会です。もてなしてもらいましょうか。粗相があるようならば
我が名と無限返してもらいますよ。無限の魔女にも免許更新制度があったとはな。仰せのままにお師匠様。そしてとっくの昔にどれほどあなたを凌駕したかとくとご覧に入れましょう。
The air between the two batteries seemed to explode with sparks. But just by glaring at each other, they purged all spirit from that space. As they watched, the seven sisters shivered. After all, they had retreated just 3 steps less than they had. They would already have been turned to dust by now.
さあ、いらっしゃい。ベアトリーチェ。あなたにその名を譲ったことが私の生涯でただ一度の後悔です。その過ちを今自らの手で修正しましょう。そりゃあ違うぜ、お師匠様。わらわのただ一度の過ちはこの程度の力を学ぶのにあんたに弟子入りしちまったことだぜ。なんだ何が無限の魔女だ。こんなの気づくだけの力じゃねえかよ。それをもったいぶって偉そうによ。お前の出番はとっくに終わってんだよ、お師匠様よ。
How do we explain this?
This is an exaggeration
Of what?
of Kumasao being a badass. Oh my god, ini literal lagu Toho aja.
もうわけがわからねえ。一体目の前で何が起こってんだ。
かわいそう。私の弟子が迷惑をかけていますね。謝ります。
あんた何者なんだ。熊沢のばあちゃんがどうしてこんな姉ちゃんに化けるんだ。つうかあんた誰だよ。わけがわからねえ。これは何の特撮なんだ。俺は頭がどうにかなっちまいそうだ。
私はあの子の魔女の師匠です。かつての名はベアトリーチェ。あの子が私を継ぐときにその名を送ったため今は名を持ちません。
あんたがすでに言い切っちまってるが、俺は
Okay,
あんたの弟子のせいで大いに迷惑しているぜ。
What?
Berarti yang but she died. No. Ini tinggal tunggu. What the fuck is this game?
Oh. You know that I always said that we are actually reading a book, and there's an exaggerated part that Maria told, like when all the witch bullshit were happening. This is also part of it. This is
Okay, I'm leaning to agree with you. Like we're working on this together. But what does it mean? What does the real thing?
There is no real thing. It's just
no. It must mean something. Like you can't show a gun without telling us what a gun is, or why a gun is there, or who is gonna use the gun.
the gun is there for dramatical purposes.
That is not how it works. Oke. Gue mikirnya, berarti yang ngasih gold ini kan Beatrice yang guru. Beatrice yang guru gak mau nikah. Yang instead dia di lock di dimension itu.
No, I don't think so. Kayak Beatrice memang sekarang yang gitu.
Beatrice yang sekarang yang lock.
Iya, Beatrice yang dulu ini tuh literally di sini just for kalau if we are taking the magic perspective, okay? The Beatrice yang dulu itu Beatrice yang tua ini adalah karena nyesel dia nyamar jadi kumasawa supaya dan naruh kayak some kind of trigger mechanism. Oh, kalau misalnya si Beatrice berulah lama-lama trigger gua kan lama-lama skill gua cancel dan gua bisa bangun lagi gitu buat ngejump scare si
so what does it mean in the real world?
There is nothing in the real world.
It has to mean something.
Nah,
Beatrice waktu dia di confine, this girl existed. This girl was alive. She was there.
Enggak.
In the very same mansion.
Enggak. No. That was also an imagination, okay?
The mansion was not real.
Unless tomorrow badannya Kumasawa gak ada, tapi ada badannya dia. Then I will take back all my words. I will take back all my words.
頼むから
Okay.
責任取って何とかしてくれじゃなくて俺はこんなの信じねえぞ魔女も魔法もあるもんかこんなめちゃくちゃバトル俺は認めねえぞクソったれ俺は何を信じりゃいいんだ
あなたらしいとても短気なもてなしですねさすがお師匠様この程度じゃバカバカしくてまぶたを開く気にもならないらしい島ごとぶっ壊す気でなきゃ無理らしいぜさあおいでなさい双剣の戦闘
What? You want to explain this also, huh? You want to suddenly and then we wake up and then there is 2 towers out of nowhere, huh? You want to explain that also, huh? Oh, this must mean something. Fuck you. Unless in tomorrow when we wake up and then there's actually 2 towers in the rose garden or there's a creator of a 2 tower in the garden, then I don't believe this shit, Plum. I don't believe this shit, Plum.
And on either side of her shoulder, 2 massive war towers sprouted and stabbed into the heavens. They stretched up to 100 minutes tall and each had over 364. They were war tower of the gods' army corps, which had prevented even groups of ancient heroes from invading their sacred grounds. Which mythology is this? As Beatrice allegedly floated in the gap between the massive 2-headed towers, she looked down on her teacher, sneering with a sense of absolute superiority. And with 2 massive towers lined up behind her shoulders, the witch looked very small. Like a butterfly dancing between huge trees.
蝶に化ければかわせるとか思うなよ双子島の弾幕密度じゃあんた虫ピンの昆虫標本どころかめった刺しの針刺し人形だぜ
Over 720 ports opened on the tower and godly soldiers ready their multi-shot ballista.
Yeah, dude.
それであなたの手番は終了ですかそれが遺言かよぶっ放せ
Dude, okay. If this actually there's no way that doesn't produce a sound, okay? Everyone still wake up in the meeting, okay? There's no way.
The ballista shots that numbered over thousands were all fired at once, drawing a beautiful geometric curtains of death. The boorish sound as the bowstrings were played was probably even deeper than that of a reaper swinging its sickle.
さあさあおいでなさい
Lil Tower dibalas dengan
未知
tower.
なる言語を恥ぜその罪を知らしめよ
Okay,
The
it's just
sky
colony drop. Okay, it's just colony drop.
was stained in incandescent red, and from between the clouds a blazing massive tower fell upside down. The massive falling tower and its rubble sucked in the thousands of ballista shot, so that none of them approached the body of the witch who had summoned it. That's right. No group of people, no matter how large, could approach the mysteries of heaven. That was the reality of the fallen tower.
さすがお師匠様いちいちやることがでけえや
私の手番は終わりませんよさあさあおいでなさいイバルディの息子たち我にふさわしき槍を与えたまえ
As the massive crimson tower that had fallen made a terrible gold-colored explosion, a massive spear appeared from the inside of those flames, so tall like a tower that you had to look up to see all of it. It was too large even for a giant's hand. That divinely beautiful spear of the god was so massive, it gave the illusion that the fallen tower had turned into a spear of the same size. It was a spear of certain victory that none could escape. For Ixia!
無用の双子塔ですね
Looks like your twin tower
自ら
won't
最後の
help
退路を
you.
断つとは愚かしい一本の槍をもお前は防げない
When she snapped her fingers in command, the massive tower-sized spear shot at Beatrice like a lightning bolt. It aimed right for the middle of the center of the golden witch heart with extreme precision, as she danced in the gap between the towers like a butterfly, slicing straight through the air like a flash of lightning.
こんなところでグングニルが引けると
Kunir!
やっぱりお師匠様はすげえなハゼロ役立たずの塔いでよ巨人兵の殲滅よその盾と胸で神なる槍を防ぎきれ
Bro, if this is real, then why the fuck you didn't show it in the first one?
Kan belum arise apa magic powernya. It became several billion gold butterfly. Those butterflies took shape of 7 massive armored soldiers, each stretched full of 15 merit into the sky, and they lined up in front of Beatrice, protecting their master and holding massive shields that towered like windmills.
This is all the budget one. This is why we're having the same background all this time.
They were as massive as a mountain range. The witch behind them was like a small moon hiding behind the mountains. Once in the past, when the massive shields these giants held had been readied by the whole regiment, they had protected King Wilhelm's castle, not only from arrows, but from the winds and the rain. Who the fuck is Wilhelm? For when they had faced upwards and held their shields to the heavens, not a single raindrop had gotten through.
King Wilhelm II adalah Kaisar Jerman dan Raja Prusia terakhir yang berkuasa dari 15 Juni 1888 sampai turun tahta pada 9 November 1918, lama sebelum kekalahan Jerman dalam Perang Dunia I.
Shields?
神聖への敬いを忘れた魔女の哀れなことです。神の槍を巨人ごときで防げるとお思いですか？
道理ですね。人間の金属でいくら武装しようとも神の槍は防げません。マダムの見事なエポレットメイトです。
エポレットメイトマイマダム。
ベアトリーチェ様、もちろん忘れませんともお師匠様。さあさあおいでなさい。ヘパイストスと弟子たち、我にふさわしき盾を与えたまえ。
A golden whirlwind arose at the feet of the giant soldiers. It was a cloud of countless butterflies. They attached themselves to the massive shield like gold leaf, sparkling like they were a gold mirror. It was the absolute defensive wall given to a goddess by the chief of the gods. The Aegis shield, when the holy spear which left a dignified tail behind it like a comet crashed into the mountain range of that gold shield. There were a terrible, thunderous roar. It was the creaking of the pillars that held up the heaven. The divine spear spun round and round and was sent flying in the direction of the setting sun.
ありえない。真相を
Glazing.
いいえ、違います。神なる槍が避けたのです。絶対の槍と絶対の盾は争ってはいけないのが神々の掟。それはつまり防いだのと同じことですよね。
このような荒事ばかり腕を上げましたね。むしろお師匠様はこういうお遊びが相変わらず苦手なようで、わらわからのお返しだ。法典にのっとり槍には槍でお返ししましょうぞ。
The giant soldier battle line, which had fully blocked the divine spear, released its holy gold shield. The shields fell to the earth, making the ground shake. Right. When they did, another gold whirlwind arose, and the 7 gold shield changed their form into 7 massive spears of lightning lying on the ground. At once, each of the giants lifted one of their legs high and firmly stomped on the tips of the sandals. As the earth shook with thunderous sound, the 7 lightning spears spun beautifully and flew up above the giant soldier's head. They scattered into a golden splash and began to fall before the giant. Each of the giants squared off, and with the force of their whole body, they kicked and smashed them. The broken pieces numbered exactly 30 and became lightning spears of exactly the same size as the originals, which made 210 for the 7th giant, and all of those burst at once, each splitting into 30 tones, for a total of 6,300 phones. They became a barrage of thunderclouds, drawing a beautiful geometric pattern, and then each changed into 3 bolts of lightning, so that 18,900 thunderbolts shot at the predecessor Beatrice. Epilepsy!
やりますね。まだ。
A bundle of almost 20,000 thunderbolts must have reduced the teacher's body to dust. But there had been no resistance. Beatrice knew immediately that she had been fooled. At the time, from the direction that the sun had supposedly set, she felt the impossible rays of sunlight A brilliant ray of light shone on her profile. It was the figure of a teacher holding aloft the spear of the gods that had supposedly been repelled a short while ago. She bore a sparkle like the sun on her back and made it shine on the incarnation of darkness. As Beatrice watched, she was trapped like a mouse in a cage, cornered in a dead end formed by the giant soldier battle line. By now, the predecessor Beatrice had seized a position directly alongside that line.
これでお遊戯の時間はおしまいですよ、ベアトリーチェ。このわら
I died.
側面を許しただと。
Her bold expression hadn't faltered even once, but now it twisted for the first time. And faster than Beatrice could click her tongue, the predecessor Beatrice released the holy spear. As it leapt through the air, it changed its form once more.
さあさあおいでなさい、ドベルグの兄弟たち。我に巨人を砕きし天の鉄槌を与えたまえ。
Dipalu air.
巨人兵ども、わらを守れ。何をしているか、ノロマども。
By now, it was no longer a spear, but the whirlwind of a massive hammer that raised a sound like a windstorm as it flew through the air. It was the legendary hammer that had shaken even the king of the frost giants. So the giant soldiers couldn't escape from that fear. What mythology? So regardless of how strongly their masters ordered them, they couldn't get in the path of that hammer.
バックランクメイト、安らかに眠りなさい。
Before the whirlwind of that massive chunk of metal, Beatrice was nothing more than a mere speck. The instant the whirlwind started to suck Beatrice in, she appeared to change into a massive war tower. Dia yang berubah. The iron hammer smashed the war tower, scattering tremendous amounts of rubble, but it did not reach she who had escaped behind it. Furthermore, when the smoke started to settle, the war tower had sucked in the massive iron hammer without crumbling and blocked the way. Even the giant smashing iron hammer couldn't break through the final tower protecting the witch. However, this war tower was actually the witch's last trump card. It was a war tower for dodging that could only save her from danger once. But this tower was impregnable. No weapon could break through it. After that time, the moon disappeared. As Beatrice hid in the shadows of the giant soldier battle line and the war tower, she looked up at the sky. When she did, inside the moon was the figure of a massive horse ridden by the god of war and death. The predecessor Beatrice rode the horse with him. His cloak had blocked the moon and swallowed it in an eerie shadow, and the spear of the god was in his hand once more. In other words, it was a godly knight who had jumped over the ramparts formed by the giant soldier and the war tower, attacking from the heavens.
Cannot wait to watch this in the anime.
やられた。スマザードメイト、楽しかったですよ、ベアトリーチェ。
The struggle to the death between the two witches with the same name was over. What am I not hunting now? The spear that had been launched from the heaven tears the ground. Giant soldier battle line and the war tower split up into countless gold butterflies, wrapping the area in a gold-colored storm. Then came the sound of thunder and the sound of the falling rain and wind. If you looked around, the rose garden was empty. The butler and the rest were watching the two witches confronting each other. But Beatrice alone had changed. She had been pierced straight through by the spear from the base of her neck and her right shoulder to her left buttock. Unable to even reach the ground with her feet, horribly exposed like a pitiful pin butterfly, tormented by the wind and rain.
ベアトリーチェ様。
さすが恐ろしいお方です。
これで決着です、ベアトリーチェ。
Dia jadi sacrifice-nya anjing. Beatrice wore a bitter smile of false courage, but a strand of blood dangled from her mouth, making her look even more pitiful.
無限の魔女の称号と力、そしてベアトリーチェの名を今こそ返してもらいましょう。無限の魔女を語るにはお前は未熟が過ぎます。
やめて、許しておくれよ。お嬢様、ちょっとふざけただけじゃねえかよ。
Kita telepon BPHP nanti.
あなたから我が名を奪います。元の姿に戻してあげましょう。過ぎたる力を手放し、己にふさわしい生を全うするがよいでしょう。さあさあ、思い出してごらんなさい。あなたがどんな姿をしていたのか。
The predecessor Beatrice began to recite the words of power. When she did, small gold butterflies gathered near the skewered Beatrice and began to swarm about her. Like butterflies sucking the nectar out of flowers, they began to suck the magical power out of Beatrice, and it seemed to cause her intense pain. A cry of anguish issued from Beatrice's mouth. She had no longer had any power to resist.
さあさあ、目を閉じてごらんなさい。思い出してごらんなさい。あなたがどんな姿をしていたのか。さあ、ベアトリーチェ、あなたも私と一緒に復唱なさい。一緒にお歌を歌いましょう。そうすればすぐに終わりますよ。あなたの苦痛が少しでも早く終わります。
そうだな、お師匠様と一緒にお歌を歌うなんて、どれくらいぶりかな。
さあ、一緒に。さあさあ、思い出してごらんなさい。あなたがどんな姿をしていたのか。
さあさあ、思い出してごらんなさい。あなたがどんな姿をしていたのか。
When the two of them began to recite the same song, and more gold butterflies danced around, swarming around Beatrice.
大丈夫ですよ、お嬢様。あなたは私の弟子であることを失いますが、私の仕えるお嬢様であることに変わりはありません。そうしたらまた一緒にご本を読んで差し上げましょう。リンゴのパイを焼いて差し上げましょう。昔のように。さあさ
思い出してごらんなさい。思い出してごらんなさい。そろそろ思い出せてきたかな。なあ、お師匠様。あんたの後ろにあるそれ、思い出したかな。何ですか？これは。
When the predecessor Beatrice looked behind her, there was an eerie hedgehog curled up there. No, it was herself. There was another predecessor Beatrice whose whole body had been packed with ballista shot, lying there like a pinched cushion doll.
さあさあ、思い出してごらんなさい。あなたがどんな姿をしていたのか。違うか。さあさあ、思い出してごらんなさい。あなたがどうやって殺されたのか。
The predecessor Beatrice was stunned. Her form gradually began to fade away.
これはいつの間に。最初に呼んだのは双剣の塔ではない、四つ子の塔だったのよ。お師匠様の左右はるかに潜んだ隠し塔が描くセブンスランクルークの死の境界線を、お師匠様はのこのこと踏み越えてきてくれた。チェックの発生が遅れてしまったことだけはマナー違反。率直に謝ろうぞ。
The battle had been decided at the very beginning. It had been over since the time the predecessor had leaned forward, readying her holy spear to attack Beatrice, who had been wedged between her shoulder towers. The hidden towers lurking on either side had bathed her in a windstorm of ballista shots from 720 ports on both sides, pinning and killing her. However, Beatrice hadn't wanted it to be resolved like that. She had wanted to let her teacher take her next move, and had continued acting as though the game was still on. She had immediately revived her with the endless power, and had made her continue the game as though nothing had happened. Then, the predecessor slowly remembered that she had already been killed, and began to vanish completely. And when she did, the spear that had pierced Beatrice also vanished. Beatrice finally landed on the ground. There wasn't even a trace of a scar.
楽しかったぞ。お師匠様、また遊びたくなったらいつでも蘇らせてやるよ。それで適当に遊んだら死体だったことをまた思い出させてやるからさ。なあ、ちゃんとあんたの言いつけは守ってるぜ。おもちゃは遊び終わったらちゃんとおもちゃ箱にしまいましょうってな。
楽勝でございますかな。
愚か、心象だ。四つ子島で騙せてなかったら死んでおったのはわらわの方よ。さすがはお師匠様だが、これで胸が張れるというもの。わらわは今こそお師匠様を完全に超えたとな。ロノウェ、お師匠様の亡骸をもうわらわもそこまで敬意を失ってはおらぬでな。
かしこまりました。今宵の第一の晩は少々派手に暴れすぎました。少しは片付けも必要でしょう。すぐに取り掛かります。ヤギたちよ、お片付けの時間ですよ。
Ronofe snapped his fingers, blazing and sparkling eyes began to blink open in the shadows of the darkness. becoming goat-headed attendants that had appeared one after another. One by one, they wordlessly stood at attention in line behind Ronove's back.
この度は6人の遺体をどのようにいたしますか？また密室形式に。
わらわはいいの。それを考える気分にない。どの上に任す。バトラーを悩ませるようなとびっきりの密室を頼むぞ。
かしこまりました。それではとびきりの。
そうだ。バトラはどこだ？バトラー！わらわの大活躍見た？
ちくしょー！今のめちゃくちゃな魔法の嵐を見せつけられて、俺は何を否定すればいいんだ？魔女はいるも何も。あんなドッカンドッカン凄まじいファンタジーを見せつけられて、今の俺は何を否定すりゃいいんだよ。もうわかんねえ。前回もそうだが、このイーカス的なマジカルバトルをどう否定すりゃいいんだよ。
Awesome wonderful magical battle. Okay,
だよな。こんなの見ちまったらもう言い逃れはできねえもんな。さあバトラー、とんでも推理を聞かせてくれよ。
お嬢様、笑いに品がございませんよ。
おお、これはすまぬ。しかしわらわの責任ではないぞ。何しろバトラにキューッと両目を固く閉じてキリキリギリギリ歯ぎしりするなんとも自然とわらわの口からこぼれてしまうものでな。
さあバトラ様、くじけずにテーブルへお戻りを。お嬢様はバトラ様の反撃を期待されておりますよ。
ふざけるな！何をどう反論すりゃいいってんだ。まずあの塔が地面から生えてきたあたりからもうめちゃくちゃだろうが。実は六軒島の地下に合体変形巨大ロボの秘密研究所でもあって、ボタン一つでおかしな塔が生えてくるってのか。ああ、それならあのでけえ巨人どもはきっとロボットだぜ。あるいは悪の秘密結社のメカ怪獣かもな。わけわかんねえよ。俺に話しかけるんじゃねえ。うわー、
ほらほらほらほら、泣くなよ。魔法でドッカンドッカン。そなたが望むなら月だって砕くし、水星を雨のようにだって降らすさ。お前好みのムチムチ姉ちゃんで島を埋め尽くしてやってもいいんだぜ。さあさあ、ほらほらほら、わらわの出番は終わったぜ。受け手をさせよ。反撃しろよ。できねえだろ。できねえのは船長も承知よ。お前こういうのダメだもんな。こういうファンタジー本当は大好きなんだもんな。知ってんだよ。今時こんなの巷にいくらでも溢れてるじゃねえか。漫画に小説、アニメに映画。10代くらいのガキンチョたちがおかしな特殊能力いっぱい持ってて、世界の命運かけてドッカンバッカンやるやつ。お前も大好きだもんな。知ってんだよ。隠すなよ。大好きじゃねえかよ。そのお前の大好きなやつがちょいと目の前で披露されただけじゃねえかよ。どうして漫画やアニメのそれは信じてくれるのに。信じろよ信じろよ、信じちまえよ。反論なんかできねえさ。こうして見せられちまったんだからな。ほらほらほらほら、返事をしろよ。思考はいらねえ。素直にごめんなさいベアトリーチェ様ってほらほら言ってみろ。
ごめんなさい、ベアトリーチェ様って言ってみろよ。言えよ、恥ずかしがるなよ。
Well, time to end this episode.
Yep.
Yep.
I love the game.
So the explanation is this is all CG. This is AI generated ya. Yeah. That's the explanation.
In 1986?
Yeah.
Yeah. I totally agree with you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's AI generated.
Coba next. Sora AI aja.
Nope, masih nggak.
Bahkan nggak ada di situ
Yeah, it's not real. If it's not in this.
Sorono is real, but mentor Beatrice is not real. Coba klik kumpul ke next, terus klik Beatrice. Next.
Enggak. Nextnya itu
Nggak ada. Kan kayak Seven Sister kan bisa di next dia.
Enggak, kalau di Seven Sister di ini diklik berkali-kali kan. Enggak ada Seven Sister
Itu yang simbolnya.
Nah, diklik berkali.
Coba. Udah. Anjir. Maria coba diklik berkali-kali.
Biar dari 2 episode sebelumnya kan, Po. Masih ada 6 orang yang mati di pertama, jadi nggak ada bedanya sama format sebelumnya.
Ini lebih ke fuck you, basic exist gitu. Coba aku masalah. Klik masalah. Gak ada, anjir.
No way, no.
Apa?
Nah, udah jam 6 juga, I think that's it. Thank you for coming to this week for the anime. I can't wait for next week because apa tuh yang muncul badainya cuma Kumasawa doang, bukan the predecessor Beatrice, you know. Kalau mereka actually munculin mayatnya predecessor Beatrice, dan angkat tangan dulu. There's nothing explanation. There's no explanation that can explain that bullshit, oke? Tapi kalau muncul dari Kumasawa, itu mah cuma exaggeration doang.
Okay. We'll see next week, ya. We'll see next week. We end the V. Jane. God.